Just obviously, we appreciate everybody hanging out with us here this afternoon, and we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. As Reed mentioned, the three players finally coming back and playing together. That's kind of the big storyline here going into this game against the Buffalo Bills, because we haven't seen these three dudes go out there and play, of course, since week 2 against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And, of course, Joe Burrow ended up getting hurt in that ball game there as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here, obviously, for Cincinnati to continue this positive momentum that they established on Thanksgiving. And I know we're certainly excited to see Higgins, Chase, and Burrow get out there on the field here in about 30 minutes.
Casey, you're probably the biggest, ride by the coattails Bengals fan that we have on Chatterbox Bengals. When they're down, I don't know if there's anybody lower. When they're riding high at the top of that roller coaster, I don't know anybody that flies higher than you. And part of the reason that you fly high at your highest moments is because of Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. How excited are you to see all three of them out on the field today?
Oh, man, I am so excited to see all three of them out there. I mean, it's just a different team altogether when they're all together, right? I mean, 23-10 is what you said, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that puts them up there with, like, some of the best teams in the NFL in that stretch of period. I think they're, like, top 5 in that time. And it matters, man. It just matters. When they're all out there together, it just feels like that offense is unstoppable, and they're going to need that today.
Yeah, no, I have on all these Chatterbox Bengals shows, we do these watch-alongs. Stone makes fun of me because he just goes, Reed, why aren't you buying in? Reed, why aren't you buying in? Because it's hard for me, based off of what I've seen since Joe Burrow went down in week 2 as a whole team, to buy into kind of this Bengals team going to win out in December? Are they going to do it? Are they going to beat the Ravens twice, the Bills once, and win those last 3 games against the Cardinals, Dolphins, and Browns and get to 9-8? And as much as the sensible side of my mind always wants to go, no, of course not. Of course they're not going to win these last 5 games. They went 1-7 over the previous 8 weeks. What makes you think they can go 5-0 here? And point blank, the reason that we believe that is because we understand when 9 is out there healthy and upright, throwing to 1 and 5, this team is a team that everyone in the league fears. It is an offense that even the best defensive coordinators, even the best defenses fear, because they understand that this isn't just an elite offense, this is the capabilities to be a historic offense. So if they win these last 5 games, it's very easy to understand. And I've already broken down that they're 23-10 since with all 3 out on the field. The other, if you like numbers, if you like trends, all the trends are kind of pointing towards the Bengals, because we know the Bengals are 2-0 against the Buffalo Bills in the Joe Burrow era. We know that they have beaten them in cold weather and snowy weather up at Highmark Stadium when both the stakes were very high as they are today. And we know that since 2021, Joe Burrow is 18-4 in December and January. And here's an even better number. He's 9-1 on the road in those 2 months since 2021. That is tied for the best in the league with Matthew Stafford, who, of course, won the Super Bowl against the Bengals. Is there a bigger conversation to have, Stone, if Joe Burrow does this? If Joe Burrow comes back early from an injury and goes 6-0, 8-0 over the entire season, but 6-0 right off the injury, gets the Bengals into the postseason, is there a conversation of, oh, we were thinking Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, those are the 4 best in the league? Is there a conversation with, if he gets this done, that Joe Burrow should be number 1 in the league?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. We had Wayne Box Miller on our show earlier in the week, and he was like, yeah, I mean, when you see him out there, it reminds you of guys like Montana and Brady. And some people that don't watch the Cincinnati Bengals, don't watch Joe Burrow on a weekly basis, might laugh at that. But when you see him go out there and play, and, all the great throws he makes, fine. The escaping, what he's able to do outside the pocket, it's great, but it's how he elevates his team, right? It's so crazy that position can have such a big impact, but you just saw it in the juice of the team and how that was different on Thursday than it was in the previous weeks, even when Joe Flacco was playing good football there as well. So a lot ahead of this team. It was 1 game. It was 1 win. They got to build off it. I don't think it would surprise a lot of people if Cincinnati fell on their face a little bit here in this game. Sure. But if you pick up a win and then you establish a little bit more momentum and then you beat Baltimore after that, you're going to be favored third in the remaining 3 games. So, I get looking that far ahead. I understand that. Need to see, a couple of more wins here. But absolutely, if he rattles off some wins, I think you need to have that conversation.
It's funny because you are right in the fact that if the Bengals go on out in Buffalo at Highmark Stadium and lay an egg, I don't think that would surprise a whole lot of people. And for a guy like me who's trying to pace myself about the Bengals getting to 9-8 and winning, it's going to be very hard if they come as 6-point underdogs in Buffalo and knock them, give them another loss, and, carry on and win this game. It's going to be very hard for me to pace myself. I'll ask Casey the same question that I just asked Stone. If Joe Burrow does what we want him to do, not what we expect him to do, but what no one expects him to do in this league, and win out, be undefeated on the season and starting role, and get this Bengals team that at one point looked like the worst team in the league into the postseason, is there a bigger conversation to have about Joe Burrow being the best quarterback in the league?
I mean, there already was a conversation, right? I mean, there was obviously conversation about Joe, Josh, and Patrick Mahomes. Those were usually the 3 names that were brought up when you talk about the best quarterback in the league. If he's able to, 1, go on a 6-winning streak against division rival opponents, Ravens, Buffalo Bills, and sneak out these wins,
yep.
I mean, how do you not just give the kudos, give the flowers to the guy? Because, my word, last year he was pretty much gypped of an MVP, right? Couldn't make it into the playoffs. That kind of hurt his odds, his chances. This year, he's out for half the season, and the team looks like the worst team in the league. There's just no coincidences about this. I mean, there's obviously something to be said that Joe Burrow is pretty much the best quarterback. He makes this team function. He makes this team go. And with him, you're winners. Without him, you're losers.
Here's a stat from friend of the show, Jay Morrison. He put this tweet out not too long ago. It's not a stat, but just a reminder of why we are optimistic about this game that starts off in 17 minutes. We're live here at Smoke Justice in Covington, Kentucky. Come on out. Great smoked wings, great bourbon selection, a lot of beers. I'm having one right now. The Bengals and Joe Burrow, as an underdog, they're elite. As in cold weather, when it's below 32 degrees or right around 32 degrees, they're elite. In December and January, when once again those cold weathers are persisting, they are elite. On the road in those 2 months, as the record I just stated out, 9-1 in December and January is Joe Burrow since 2021. The only loss coming in that AFC Championship game and the second time around when we played the Chiefs. They are elite. It's a cautiously optimistic time for the Bengals, and one part of the reason that they've had so much success in the Joe Burrow December-January isn't just because of Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Joe Burrow. It is because, for whatever reason, formerly with Lou Anarumo, now with Al Golden, this defense tends to play better towards the end of the year. They played their best game of the season on Thanksgiving against the Baltimore Ravens. They got 5 turnovers, and I don't think we're going to get 5 turnovers today. I don't think that's going to be what you can expect from this Bengals defense. But is there anything the Bengals can do today, Stone, that will give you optimism for this game? Because this is a great offense led by Josh Allen that they'll be facing.
No doubt. I think it'll be interesting to see how Al Golden handles this game, right? We kind of talked about this last year with Lou Anarumo, right? He's accustomed to having more of a complex system, right? And he had that system, and it clearly wasn't working last year early, and they eventually said towards the end, you know what, screw this. We got to throw this out the window, and we really got to simplify some stuff here for this defense. You saw him play better at the end of the year. This year it kind of feels like the inverse of that a little bit. You start with Al Golden's system. It's already very simple. It's not working, but you have some guys that they get more experience. They get more reps, and the fans don't like to hear it, but sometimes these rookies, they just need to play a little bit more. And they're not at a winning level yet, but they've played better over the course of the past few weeks, and now you're starting to see Al Golden do some more things, and you saw him bring some pressure against Baltimore. And Reed, Casey, I can't remember the last time the Bengals sent pressure, and it actually was effective. Usually when they send pressure, they don't get home, and somebody's running wide open. It's a big-time play. So that was huge in the game last week, and I'll be very interested to see if Golden deploys some of those same tactics today here in Buffalo.
Yeah, blitzing was a big key, and you mentioned when they bring that pressure, typically what we've seen is they haven't been able to get home. That pays double when they're playing the Ravens, just from how elusive Lamar Jackson. Josh Allen is of the same breath, and he is very elusive. He's very tough to bring down, but you've got to continue amping up that pressure. What can the Bengals do today to kind of quiet that Bills offensive firepower?
Well, I think you mentioned it, turnovers. That's a big part of this. Right now, Josh Allen's on a 4-game streak of turning the ball over, sometimes even multiple times. I think that they can take advantage of him in that respect, in that regard. And if they're able to just wrap up, man, if they're able to just wrap up. Surprisingly enough, we thought that this was the worst tackling team in all the NFL. It's not. It's the Buffalo Bills. They are currently 32nd in the league right now, and tackling Bengals sitting at 31. They've recently gotten better at it over since the bye week, and it looks like if they can just, wrap up today in a cold, just snowy environment, it's going to be slick, it's going to be awful, but if they can wrap up, that is how they are going to be able to stop this Buffalo Bills offense.
It's a cliche, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we'll go ahead and say it. It doesn't matter what Al Golden draws up on that board if you don't wrap up and tackle, if you don't bring the guy down to the ground. They can get you in the right position to make the play, but if you don't bring the guy down to the ground, down to the turf, down to the grass, it doesn't matter. This game oftentimes is as simple as that, and that is what has eluded the Bengals this season has been their inability to bring down the guys. They lead the league in missed tackles, but it has gotten better. They're relying on a lot of young guys, a young linebacking crew, I don't want to say young, but certainly an inexperienced defensive front, and they're going to have a tough task against this Bills offense who, just a reminder, doesn't just have Josh Allen, but they have one of the running backs having the best season, one of the best seasons in the league right now. That is James Cook, and we'll get to his stats. Just a reminder, we are here live at Smoke Justice, Covington, Kentucky. Come on out. I see some Chatterbox fan, Michael Ackley. He is one of the faithful. We see one of the young, promising authors in the area. Jacob Stewart's in the house, so we've got a great. And then also Michael Pate, who's also been on the chat, and Chatterbox Bengals. We've got a lot of great people here coming out. We're having fun. We're going to watch along throughout the game. We'll be back at halftime. Craig Sandlin will be on the watch along. Then we'll be back in the post game as well. But I was mentioning James Cook. How can this Bills offense rely similar to the Bengals? If they get a good run game, their team is so much deadlier. Look at these stats from James Cook this season. In 2025, he is 1,228 yards, 8 touchdowns, 236 receiving touchdowns, and this has been the best year of his career. The 2 times that the Bengals have played him, the Bengals won both those games. He was held to 11 carries and 33 yards. Stone, how important is it to not let James cook?
I think obviously that's at the top of your list if you're the Cincinnati Bengals. To me, when I think about what the most important thing that needs to happen for the Bengals in this game, I think it's get out to a fast start. And we saw it last week against the Baltimore Ravens. We were going into that game, we're all sitting there going, man, this Bengals defense, they're giving up over 5 yards a carry. There's a guy named Derrick Henry playing running back for Baltimore. That's going to be a serious issue. But what happened early? Bengals went down, they kicked a field goal, they built a lead, they created some of those turnovers, and Baltimore never really could get their run game going, and they kind of made them a little bit more one-dimensional. I think if the Bengals can do that to Buffalo and take James Cook a little bit out of this equation, they're going to be in a perfect spot because he's their second-best player, in my opinion, behind Josh Allen, and he's going to be, a workhorse for him in this game. Buffalo's going to want him to be, but if you put them in a spot where Cincinnati's up early and Buffalo's behind, that could be difficult. To me, I'm always a guy that I think if you win the toss, you should defer, especially with a good quarterback. This game, it feels a little bit different for me. I think I would like to, if you have the opportunity, get the ball right away, go down, score points, try to apply some pressure early on this Buffalo team.
It's also with the weather.
Yep.
Typically teams, they become a little more one-dimensional. It's obviously you got wind, it's cold, the ball's hard, it's harder to catch. There's snow coming down, it's harder to move the ball through the air. And oftentimes offensive coordinators, they go, hey, let's keep it simple. Let's run the ball. Let's be effective there. If we're able to do that, then maybe we can hit 1 or 2 times over top and kind of – so it leans itself to the Buffalo Bills in that capacity because obviously the Bengals like to throw the ball around the field. So stopping James Cook kind of plays a little bit of a double there. What can the Bengals do today to stop the Bills running back?
Well, first off, I love what you brought up, Stone, getting an early lead. every game that they played the Buffalo Bills in, they've had a multiple score lead before the Buffalo Bills were able to get anything done on offense. So I think that's really important. I think in order to stop James Cook, you need to be able to, again, wrap up. You need to be able to tackle. If the Bengals want to be able to win this game, they're going to need to do some things that they've shown the last couple weeks, but even more. They need to get pressure. They need to get it home. They need to be able to tackle. They need to wrap up. And if they do those things on defense, I have no worries about this offense and what it can do with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow together.
Yep, no doubt about it. Once again, we are here out at Smoke Justice. Come on out. We're having fun. We're going to watch the entire game together. We'll be back at halftime and postgame. Before we get into kind of our predictions of what we think this game is going to unfold, there is one more thing of relative note, and that is the Bengals' third-round pick from a couple years ago, Jermaine Burton. Once again, he's not even traveling with the team now, and this was a guy that when they drafted Jermaine Burton, he was kind of circled as a replacement for T. Higgins or a third piece of this great offense, and he can't get on the field. He can't get out of his own way, a guy that has the talent of a first-round pick, but for whatever reason can't get on the field. Can you sum up, how would you sum up this kind of whole situation of Jermaine Burton with the Cincinnati Bengals, Stone?
Complete disaster. I don't think it could have gone any worse, to be completely honest with you. And obviously, we don't know all the details behind the scenes.
And it feels like it's at its end.
Yeah, and, you wish him all the best, and you hope he can get it figured out. Unfortunately, it's been a reoccurring theme. The red flags were there in college when he was at Georgia and Alabama. That's why, as you mentioned, he's got the talent of being a great player, but that's why he slipped to the Bengals to begin with in the third round, because there were so many red flags about the off-the-field stuff there. So, it's kind of shocking that he's still here, and the reason why he's still here is there's one person, maybe a couple of people with the last name either Blackburn or Brown that wants him still around just because he was a top-of-the-line pick, third-round pick, and they're still trying to get a little bit of value there. But something tells me if it were up to Zach Taylor and even Duke Tobin, who ultimately ended up picking him, he probably would be gone by now. But just complete disaster and an embarrassment, honestly. I'm
not really good at color palettes, but you said it's a red flag. And there were red flags there was a red flag around Jermaine Burton dropping as far as he did. You were hoping that it was kind of a softer tone red.
Yeah.
You were hoping, and it's turned out to be a bright neon crimson red, blood red, because it's unbelievable, these guys, and Jermaine Burton, how he hasn't been able to contribute to this team in any capacity, especially with, Jamar Chase missing a game, T. Higgins being hurt from time to time. Casey, how would you sum up the pick that was Jermaine Burton and kind of where we're at as this relationship has deteriorated?
I mean, where's Craig at? Where's Craig? Bad pick, Reed.
Correct.
Bad pick, Reed. That is currently our meme around our group chats. It just was a bad pick, and, honestly, I think it was worth the gamble, but it just didn't pay off. Sometimes they just don't pay off, and unfortunately, we're sitting here today with a guy that we picked in the third round sitting at home, and that's just unfortunate.
It's I can't believe that there's not been a prominent in any relationship, whether it be work or friendship, romantic, whatever it is, there's at least sometimes a highlight from the relationship. And this relationship between the Bengals and Jermaine Burton, there's been one catch for 30 yards. Other than that, it's been a complete abysmal disaster. All right, let's talk about this. Before we get into our predictions of the game, as we are just 5 minutes away, there is a big game happening in the AFC North. We understand that if the Bengals want to make the postseason, they're going to have to win out. But the Steelers play the Ravens. They're at the top of the AFC North. What is the rooting interest today for the Bengals, Casey?
I believe we want the Ravens to win.
Okay.
At least in the playoff prediction machine, it has them with a 15% chance that the Ravens win and like an 11% chance that the Steelers win. It doesn't.
And that
really
is with
matter.
us winning too, correct?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that is with the Bengals winning. And in the end of the day, we need them to kind of like split. Basically, we need them to meander a bit. Regardless of what happens today, both those teams, we need them to start losing or just start nose diving, any of those scenarios, and that's going to be perfect for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Stone?
Yeah, it's weird to say. I mean, we hate both those teams, right? But
Is there a way that both teams can lose? I don't want to tie. I want two losses.
Right. Yeah, but I think, probably pull for Baltimore because you have an opportunity, obviously, to play them next week. You're done playing Pittsburgh, and that's an interesting game. I know Baltimore's kind of, I think, last look 5.5, 6-point favorites, but keep an eye on Pittsburgh in that spot. Might be some value as an underdog.
Yeah, I mean, because the Bengals play the Ravens next week, you want the Steelers to continue to spiral out. They need to lose a couple of games with the capacity to play the Ravens. I believe they have a harder schedule. I don't know what happens out in those last 3 weeks, but you want the Ravens to lose because we're able to beat them next week, and that way both these teams can get a loss over these next 2 weeks and continue. And if the Bengals, I mentioned this before, I say it on Off the Bench that, me and Stone are on Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. It's hard for me to get super excited about this Bengals team because I understand how tall the task is of winning out. I've seen this team play now for 9 weeks, and they've played well exactly 2 times this entire season. But their best game was last week. Hopefully they can continue to build on that. Hopefully they can beat the Bills tonight and get me a little more excited. I'm not all the way back in if they win this game tonight, but I'm certainly a lot closer than I currently sit right now. All right, final predictions before they get this game started in just a few moments. Stone, what's your prediction for this one?
Yeah, I feel good about the Bengals in this spot. I think throughout the course of the year, Bengals go into a lot of games, especially without Joe Burrow. It wasn't like it didn't feel good going in. I think there was some true positive momentum, albeit just one good game for the Cincinnati Bengals. It's going to be close, right? I don't expect Cincinnati to blow them out like they did in the playoffs a couple of years ago. Final score prediction, I'll go 26-23 Cincinnati. And I think the kicking game is going to play a huge factor. Evan McPherson has quietly been a superstar for them this year. Hasn't necessarily had a ton of opportunities to make big kicks. I think that changes today. Also think there's a little value in potentially overtime in this game. But 26-23, Bengals get the win and stay alive here in the AFC.
Evan McPherson, my golfing buddy, I drove him on number 2 at Coldstream. He'll tell you that. Casey, what's your prediction here today?
Yeah, I'm going to go a little low-scoring game here. I'm going to go 23 Bengals, 17 Bills. And I think it's going to be just a nasty game out. And I just think the defense, they might be onto something here. Sure. I think the new scheme of just blitzing and creating those pressures has really opened up the doors for them. And I think some guys have kind of developed. So I don't know. I think that it's going to be low scoring, nasty weather out today. But I got 23-17 Bengals.
Yeah, real quickly, when you think about this defense, when you think about defensive schemes, Al Golden at Notre Dame really liked to just rely on his guys. And you can rely on your guys when you have guys. You normally blitz a whole lot when you don't feel like you have the talent there. You just kind of create a lot of pressure. You kind of create a lot of havoc. And that's what the Bengals have done over the last few weeks, and I hope they continue it today. It's a lot tougher to get home when it is in that snow. We remember that playoff game a few years ago. Jackson Carman looked like a Pro Bowl-worthy right tackle because the edge rushers weren't able to get their footing. So it is weird because you don't know what snow, bad weather can unfold. Typically, what happens is they're lower-scoring games. It's harder to throw the ball. There's a little bit of wind. It's colder. For some reasons, it's a really low-scoring game, and then for the reasons that I just said, it's hard for, when you're dropping back to pass, to get home because you can't find your footing. So I am intrigued. These are 2 bad defenses. These are two good offenses, but with the bad weather, you said 26-23. You said 23-17. Bengals taking it home both ways. If I'm being completely honest, I don't believe that the Bengals are going to win this game. But I'm a fan, and I convince myself right about right now that the Bengals will win every single game they'll ever play. They could play the 85 Bears, or they could play an 11 Angels coming down from heaven, and I still think they'll win if they play at 1 p.m. I think the Bengals take this one 30-17, 2 scores. I think they dominate this one. They continue to build off of what they did on Thanksgiving against the Baltimore Ravens. I'm very optimistic about this one. Bengals getting ready to kick off in Buffalo. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Stone and Casey will be back at halftime. Come on down to Smoke Justice in Covington, Kentucky. We are just a few moments away from kickoff. Craig Sandlin will take you through the entire game. We'll be back at halftime. We'll be back for the post game. Craig, thank you so much for being here. Thank you all for watching this. Thank you for everyone who's here for the pregame show. We're going to have a lot of fun. Can I get a hooday from you, Stone?
Hooday, baby.
Can I get a hooday? Can we get a hooday from the bar? Hooday. Let's go get this one done. Craig Sandlin taking over right here. We'll see you guys at halftime.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Good job as always. Shout out to Casey, Reed, and Stone. A week of good matchups across the entire NFL. Obviously, the Bengals and Bills, one of the highlights here in Buffalo, but across the league, Steelers and Ravens about to kick off as well. Colts and Jaguars, also a 1 o'clock kick there in Jacksonville. And then you've also got the matchup between the Bears and the Packers later this afternoon. Texans Chiefs tonight should be a good one. And then tomorrow night's Monday Night Football, Eagles against the Chargers, should also be a good game. Snow is on the ground in Buffalo as we approach kickoff. It'll be an interesting game. How much can Josh Allen and Joe Burrow do through the air? How much will the league's number 2 rusher, James Cook, get going here in Buffalo with snow on the ground? Lots of photos throughout the week of the bleachers being blown off and shoveled out. Ice still on the bleachers for those fans in attendance. 30 degrees, feels like 21 with a 10-mile-per-hour wind, and it is currently snowing, and there is snow on the ground. They've got the lines all shoveled for now, but we'll monitor that as the game progresses and see how the footing is here for both teams. Obviously, one of the big concerns with Joe Burrow's toe is making sure that he's got footing, and I certainly don't think he's got to worry too much about getting caught up, but you just never know. Joey Bosa, Terrel Bernard, Spencer Brown, all out for the Bills. It'll be interesting to see how they get the pass rush going and try and get Joe Burrow uncomfortable. And then, of course, Trey Hendrickson out for the 5th straight game for the Bengals. So the Bengals will have to rely on the young players in Miles Murphy, Joseph Asai, amongst others, to try and get pressure on Josh Allen. Sean McDermott's in his 9th season with the Bills. He's 94-49, 1-2 all-time against the Bengals as he looks to try to get to 500. The Bills will kick to start this one. The Bengals will receive. Matt Prater kicks it off from the right side of the screen to the left. It's going to be fielded by Charlie Jones around the 4-yard line. Jones will bring it back up the middle. He's got a little bit of space out to the 32, and the Bengals will take over there. A little chippiness starting already, but Joe Burrow takes the field. He's got a long sleeve on his right arm, 3/4 sleeve on the left. 8-0 in his last 8 starts, 71% completion percentage, 17 touchdowns, just 5 interceptions for the Bengals quarterback. He'll start under center in this one as the Bengals start at the 33. Motion Fant to the top of the screen. Chase Brown, the lone back. Burrow will hand it to Brown, who's got room on the left side, picks up 5, and the Bengals are going here on their first drive of the game. 2nd down and 5. First time watching a game on Fox 1, so we'll see if I can figure out all the viewing options here and make sure I can hear the announcers and everything else, just for in case I need to. To his left, he'll pitch it out to Brown to the left, and he's tackled immediately at the line of scrimmage by Deion Walker. So 2nd carry by Brown goes nowhere, and it'll be 3rd down and 5. Deion Walker, the rookie tackle for the Bills, will anchor that line with Bosa out. Greg Rousseau, AJ Epinesa along the the Bills front 7. Burrow back in shotgun again. This time, Samaje Perine into the game. He's on the right in pass block. Pass over the middle is juggled and then caught by T. Higgins out to the 49-yard line. It'll be a Cincinnati Bengals first down. First down of the game for the Bengals. Tre'Davious White in coverage on T. Higgins as Joe Burrow was hit low on the play. But T. Higgins able to reel that one in for the nice gain. T. Higgins in his last 6 games, 22 catches, 356 yards. Motion Jones, who's in as the third receiver. Fake the screen pass to Jamar Chase, then throw over the middle to T. Higgins. He's got another first down into Bills territory, out to the 40-yard line, or he's gang tackled there and held up and blown dead. Yet another Cincinnati Bengals first down. Bengals start with a couple run plays in the snow, and then now back-to-back passes to T. Higgins, and they are underway. Burrow now under center. Samaje Perine in the backfield. Triple receivers to the left. Screen pass now to Chase Brown. Picks up 1, but immediately tackled on the play by number 45. I don't have that one on my roster, so must have missed that one, but looks like Thompson on the tackle. Second down and 9 for the Bengals. Burrow handed off again. Chase Brown this time up the middle. Gain of 3. And it'll be third down and 6 for the Bengals here on this opening drive, as they look to get acclimated in the snow. Snow is coming down heavy there in Buffalo. Lake effect snow in effect. Across the league, the Dolphins are driving. They've got the ball. Actually, they just scored a touchdown. Jalen Waddle with the touchdown for the Dolphins. Bengals, 27th in the NFL on third and short. 8th in the NFL on third and long. This one will come up as third and long. 3rd and 6 to be exact. 11 minutes to play on this opening quarter. Burrow back in shotgun again. Lifts his leg for the snap. Dumps it off to Samaje Perine. He's got a little bit of space, but he's met. And then breaks the tackle. Broke the tackle of Cam Lewis and fought forward for the first down. Gain of 7 on the play. Drive continues. Cincinnati Bengals, first down. Joe Burrow now 4 for 4 on this opening drive. 2 dump offs to the running back and 2 catches to T. Higgins. Now we'll hand it off to Chase Brown, who's tackled immediately. Met in the backfield, falls forward. TJ Sanders on the tackle for the Buffalo Bills. Gain of 1 on the play as we go under 10 minutes. 5-minute opening drive here for the Bengals. Burrow 4 for 4 for 30 yards. Alec Aomanor scores a touchdown for Tennessee. They'd go up over the Cleveland Browns, in case you're keeping an eye out across the AFC North. Obviously, a big matchup between the Steelers and the Ravens also going on right now. Burrow back in shotgun on 2nd and 9. Looking to pass, looks right, and it's through Andre Yoshivas's hands. Gonna need Yoshi to be able to catch the ball. He had some yips earlier in the season, then looked like he had come back, and now misses that one on a ball right through his hands. Wasn't a perfectly thrown ball, but certainly a catchable ball, to say the least. And it'll be 3rd and 9 now. Burrow alone in shotgun. He's got 5 receivers in on the play. Looking to pass, looks right. He's got Yoshivas, who's going to sneak forward for a first down, but for a trio of Bills brings him down. Gain of 11 on the play for Yoshi. And it's another Cincinnati Bengals first down. A methodical drive here for the Bengals to start things off. They're inside the 20 now at the 18. Burrow under center. Motion Sample behind the line, handed off to Pirine. He'll run right behind Sample on the left-hand side. Gain tackled after a gain of, we'll call it 3.5. This feels like the kind of drive that the Bengals are going to want to put together throughout this entire game, if we're being honest. They're going to want to keep the ball out of James Cook and Josh Allen's hands, and they're doing it with this elongated drive to start the game. Second and they're calling it 7. Burrow throws right. T. Higgins yet again, third catch of the day. Will be right at the line to gain. We'll see if they give it to him or not. Tackled on the play by Taron Johnson. He's going to be right at the line. A nice route. I mean, Taron Johnson was giving him space, and T. Higgins just turned right at the line to gain and said, all right, we'll take our first down. Officially going to be marked short, though. It'll be 3rd and 1. Burrow's going to be in shotgun. They bring in an extra lineman. It's Lucas Patrick, and Samaje Perine fights his way through for a gain of 4, and it'll be another Cincinnati Bengals first down. As we come up on 8 minutes now on this first Bengals opening drive, they'll have the ball 1st and goal. A nice drive so far for the Bengals. Ball rests just inside the 5-yard line. Burrow taps his helmet out towards Jamar Chase. He'll hand it off to Chase Brown, though. Not a whole lot of room, but he's up pushing through the middle. And he's in. Is he in? Touchdown, Chase Brown. 5 yards out, punches it in. Cincinnati Bengals capitalize. Opening drive, 8 minutes and 16 seconds. Touchdown, Chase Brown. Really nowhere to go on the play, and then Chase Brown just kind of lowered his shoulder and snuck in and just kept pushing the pile forward. Him and Deion Walker fell forward into the end zone. Chase Brown clearly in. Touchdown for the Bengals. Evan McPherson, looks like Ryan Rico marked off some space for him in the snow. We'll see if this kicking game is affected at all by the snow. Not on this one, though. The kick is up and perfect, and you know what that means. It is time to sing for the first time today. Here we go, baby. Hear that Bengal growling. Mean and angry, here we come a-prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run past our boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Get some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We've got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna ever let us down. Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think gonna beat them Bengals? Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. What an opening drive for the Cincinnati Bengals. 14 plays, 67 yards, 8 minutes and 16 seconds off the clock, and a 7-0 lead. Take up over half the first quarter. And how about that? Stone talked about it in the pregame show about how he likes to defer, but tell you what, if you're going to take the ball, that's the way to make an opening statement for sure. How about that, baby? What a drive. We'll see if the Bengals defense can step up and make sure that the Bills don't do the exact same thing. That was classic. Quick look around the league. Dolphins, I mentioned Jalen Waddle gets a touchdown. They have a 7-0 lead. Ravens get a field goal. They're up 3-0 over the Steelers. Saints, they scored a touchdown on the Buccaneers already. They're up 7-0. Let's see what happened there. I've got Chris Olave on my fantasy team. I wonder if No, Devin Neal on the rushing touchdown. Titans, I mentioned, A.O. Manor scored a touchdown there over the Browns. Vikings are on the board early over the Commanders, 7-0. Vikings get a touchdown to Josh Oliver, who had the Josh Oliver first TD on the Vikings Commanders game. Man, J.J. McCarthy, 4 for 4, 46 yards and a touchdown on the opening drive. That was classic Joe Burrow. But again, supplemented by runs. A nice balanced offense is going to really benefit this team over the course of the year. And if Joe Burrow can have a balanced offense, it's going to make him even more difficult to play against. 7 passes and 7 rushes. Feels like it's going to have to be that kind of game. The McPherson kickoff is away, fielded at the 4. It'll be Ty Johnson, and he is hit hard at the 22-yard line. DJ Ivy and Dejon Anthony there on the tackle. Josh Allen, James Cook, and the Bills will take the field for the first time here with under 7 minutes to play. Josh Allen, 18-3 all-time in December. Bucky Irving finds his way into the end zone to put the Buccaneers on the board. Josh Allen under center. Fakes the handoff to James Cook, throws it over the middle, and what do you know? Dawson Knox. Oh, man. This Bills team has 2 really good tight ends, Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid, and even Jackson Hawes has gotten in on the action of late, but it'll be Dawson Knox on the opening play for the Bills, and he'll pick up a nice chunk over the middle. Gain of 32 on the first play from the Buffalo Bills. And what do you know? The tight ends gashed the Bengals yet again. Into Bengals territory already. It'll sit at the 45. They'll hand it to James Cook. Dances behind the line a little bit before being tackled by Dax Hill. Falls forward, maybe a gain of 1. It'll be 2nd down and 9. I mean, I think everybody put overs on James Cook. I don't know what the line was, but Ray Davis into the game now for the Bills. He's the lone back behind Josh Allen, who's under center. Josh Allen now looking to the left. It'll dump it off to the running back. It'll be Ty Johnson. So they had 2 running backs in on that one, and neither one was James Cook. Ty Johnson will pick up enough for the first down around the 35. Bengals lead 7-0 inside 5 minutes in the first quarter. First down and 10 for the Bills. Dalton Kincaid is active in this one, though Dawson Knox is obviously picked up 32 on the first play. Now Ty Johnson's got a big hole to the right, and he slips and falls, and he fumbled. No. Are they going to say that he gave himself up? What happened there? Ty Johnson had a big hole, probably had all the way to the end zone to go, and he slipped and fell inside the 20-yard line, and then, looks like a Bengal knocked the ball out of his hand as he was laying on his back, but I think if you touch the ball, you technically touch the runner, so not going to be a fumble there. They'll hand it off to James Cook going quick on first down. James Cook will pick up 3 or 4. It'll be 2nd down and call it 6. Ty Johnson could have had a touchdown there, but he slipped and fell on his way to the end zone. Bengals defense with a big hole on that one. Now the ball rests at the 9-yard line. Bills have 7 opening drive touchdowns, most in the NFL this year. Allen looking right, slant pass, Gabe Davis. Pick up 3. It'll be 3rd down and 2 at the 5-yard line. Little scuffle there at the end as they're holding Gabe Davis up. Davis recently rejoined the Bills. Also added Brandon Cooks. Big storyline this week. They also added Darius Slay, claiming him off waivers from the Pittsburgh Steelers, but Darius Slay decided he doesn't want to report. He might be retiring instead. Now Josh Allen fakes the handoff, keeps it himself, and this Bengals defense swarms him behind the line of scrimmage. Loses 3 on the play. Joseph Osai in there quickly. Not fooled by the fake handoff, and James Cook couldn't keep him away. Or I'm sorry, it was Ty Johnson, it looks like. Johnson tried to block. Yeah, he blocked Geno Stone instead, and Joseph Osai came and was able to tackle Josh Allen behind the line of scrimmage. Big play out of Joseph Osai, who had a number of them last week, and the Bills will have to settle for a field goal. Matt Prater, the Bills kicker. 26-yard attempt from the right hash. Raiders kick is up and good. Bengals defense holds inside the 10. And it'll be 7-3. Bengals lead with 1:54 here to play in the first quarter. I just reading through the chat. I try not to look at the chat when the game's going on, just because the chat sometimes is ahead of me, especially since I'm streaming on Fox 1 right now. Couple of comments I see. Why is that not a fumble? So I mean, because the ball is part of the runner, I believe. So if the ball gets knocked away from the runner while the runner is down, then theoretically it can't be a fumble. By rule, you're touching the runner, who then is touchdown, I think. So I don't think it's a fumble, but I don't know exactly the rule on that. Big stop for sure. I mean, this defense the last couple of weeks has been a little bit of bend, don't break, right? I mean, they've given up big plays. They've given up a lot of yards, but when it comes down to it, they kind of stand up in the red zone and hold people to field goals, or as we saw last week against the Ravens, getting some turnovers or big stops at the goal line. So, yeah, he did slap the ball, but I think the ball is part of the runner. I think. I don't know for sure. I can't listen to the broadcast because it's just distracting. So I put the headphones on every once in a while if there's something I want to hear the commentators say. But to be brutally honest, like the Bills went so fast that I don't think the commentators really even talked about it. Steelers are at the 1-yard line. Aaron Rodgers is going to run it in himself. Gives the discount double check, and the Steelers take the lead over the Ravens 6-3 with the extra point coming. Yeah. I'd love a touchdown here. Go up 14-3, another long drive. Wear this defense out. Hope that you can get a turnover from Josh Allen, who notoriously throws interceptions. What about Jaden Daniels back for the Commanders today? That injury a couple weeks ago was gross. Jonathan Taylor looks like he's in for the Colts. Taylor, the NFL's leading rusher, ahead of the number 2 rusher, James Cook. James Cook, I think, having a bit of a quiet year, if we're being honest. Like, for the amount of success that he's having, he's only like 60 yards behind Jonathan Taylor. He's got 1,228 yards coming into this one. And really surprising that he's not getting more accolades. But Jonathan Taylor, with the amount of touchdowns he's got on top of it, is pretty insane. Prater here to kick it off. It'll be fielded at the 10 by Charlie Jones, taking up the right side. scoots by one Bills defender, and he's out past the 40 before being tackled right around the 45-yard line. And the Bengals have yet again good field position to start this second drive of the game. Bengals defense got lucky. Ty Johnson slipped and fell. They're talking about the fumble now. Oh, Ty Johnson's hand touched the Bengals defender. Interesting. All right. Anyway, Samaje Perine will start in the backfield for the Bengals on the drive. Start at the 45-yard line. Burrow under center. He'll motion Chase Brown down. Chase Brown will then motion back to the top of the screen. Burrow looking to get to him. He'll go to Jamar Chase instead, and Chase has a pickup of 13 and a Bengals first down. Burrow was rolling out to his left, looking, I think, to dump it off, quite frankly, to Chase Brown on a little screen pass, but Jamar Chase coming across the field worked his way open, and Burrow found him for a gain of 13 and a Bengals first down. Burrow will go under center. Chase Brown lone back. Ball resting at the Buffalo 42. Burrow. Chase Brown kind of delays step in the backfield, gets hit hard. Jordan Poyer comes up with a hard hit for the Bills defense, but it'll be a gain of 3. Bengals since 2020 with Joe Burrow 41-30-1. Without him, they are 7-16. This season, of course, with Burrow 3-0, without him 1-8. Winning by an average of 7.7 points with Joe Burrow in the lineup. He's 18-5 in December or later, including the playoffs, 49 touchdowns and 15 interceptions. Fake the pass out to Jamar Chase, then hand it off to Chase Brown, and he's got absolutely nowhere to go. Thompson stepping up again. Be a loss of 3, I guess. And we'll have an injury timeout. Sean, big discount there. Black Friday sale, only $499 a month to fire a read. And with that being said, don't forget our Black Friday sale. Creator t-shirts now on sale at chatterboxsports.com/shop. Get yourself a Chatterbox Bengals, Chatterbox Reds, Flying Lion t-shirt. Many designs to choose from. Use code DOUBLE at checkout and get 2 shirts for $40. 100% of the proceeds go to the creators of, terrible pass there in Tennessee, picked off by Cleveland. And Cleveland running it all the way back inside the 20. Not a good pass there by Cam Ward. I've got Red Zone on the TV. I've got Fox 1 on in front of me. Real question is, how do I get rid of the stats on the side? I don't necessarily want these. But there we go. Is that better? I can't tell. No, not better. Any Fox 1 experts in here know how to get this picture actually to be full screen? Let's see if I go back. If I go to Bengals versus Bills. Just like automatically puts that up there. Why don't I have a choice to remove that? All right, well, we'll deal with it. Ooh, there we go. Full screen. Bang. Smoke Justin. Everett. Come on now. It's in Covington. Make sure you stick around. Halftime show live from Smoke Justice in Covington. Reed, Stone, and Casey all live there. Safety PJ Jules has a left ankle injury. His return is questionable per the Bengals. Backup safety. Browns defender was ruled out outside the 30. So love the ball there. Meanwhile, Lamar Jackson sacked back near his own 20-yard line by the Steelers. Steelers came to play today. All right, here we go. Back in action, 3rd down and 11. Burrow, 3 of 3 on 3rd down so far today. He's got Chase Brown to his right, Drew Sample to his left for protection. Bills showing pressure. They bring just 3. Burrow throwing right and hauled in by Mike Gesicki. Wow, what a catch. Gesicki went up and over the Bills defender and was able to hold on as they went to the ground as who was that? Taron Johnson tried to rip it away, but Gesicki's strong hands brings it in and is able to hold on to it. Ball wasn't knocked away until well after Gesicki was on the ground. And that'll be a Cincinnati Bengals 1st down. Gain of 14 on the play for Gesicki. A heck of a play. He gets up and celebrates, rightfully so. Bengals got the ball all the way down to the Bills' 29-yard line. Backwards pass to Jamar Chase. He'll kind of skirt his way past the Bills defender. Picks up 7, it looks like, on the screen pass. Probably a rush technically to Jamar Chase because I think that ball was thrown backwards, but heck of a play by Jamar Chase to be able to scoot his way and pick up a nice little chunk there on 1st down. 2nd and 3 now, we'll call it. Chase and Gesicki left. Burrow in shotgun. Scans the defense. Chase Brown to his left. Burrow looking to pass. Looking deep down the right sideline. T. Higgins there. Oh, he caught it. Was he in bounds? He was. T. Higgins goes up over Maxwell Hairston. Brings it down for the touchdown Bengals. 13-3. Look at this again. T. Higgins jumped a little bit early, but came down. Possession, 2 feet. That's an easy touchdown for T. Higgins. Burrow, 21-yard touchdown to T. Higgins. Hairston bumped T, and T was able to just correct himself and bring that ball in the back corner of the end zone along the right sideline. Evan McPherson's kick. Hold is down. Kick is up and good. And the Bengals, as we said, 14-3. Leaders over the Buffalo Bills. T. Higgins with the latest touchdown. Nice catch, young man out of Clemson. And you know what it means. Hear that Bengal growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Run, passer, boot. And defensively, he's rough. Tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Get some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We've got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna ever let us down. Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think gonna beat them Bengals? Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. What a start to this game for the Cincinnati Bengals. 122 total yards, 14 points. Joe Burrow, 95 yards on 9 of 10 passing. Man, Snow Burrow in full effect in Buffalo. Checking out the chat here. A lot of reactions to the T. Higgins catch, rightfully so. This Joe Burrow guy is kind of good. And it's a wonder why the Bengals had enough confidence to bring him back and think that, hey, maybe we can still make a run to the playoffs. I still think he should have came back for that Patriots game, but it is what it is now. And, man, what a start to this game. Honestly, David, I wouldn't mind re-signing Flacco as the backup, but he at least it sounds like he thinks that he can still start in the league. And so I don't know if he's going to even want to come back and be the backup, but maybe. You just never know. Just never know. We'll take a quick look around the league. Let's ask this. What do you guys think? Notre Dame out. Alabama, Miami in to the college football playoffs. Interested in your guys' opinion on that. Indiana, rightfully so, the number 1 overall seed. Ohio State in at the 2. Georgia and Tennessee Tech, or Texas Tech, sorry. Wow, Tennessee Tech. Round out the top 4 with the buys. McPherson's kick down the right sideline, gathered around the 10. It'll be brought back all the way across the field up the right sideline. And Ray Davis will be tackled there at the 30 or so yard line. Bills take over there. Josh Allen. Bengals time of possession strong, obviously. 13:30 left to play in the first half. Bengals lead 14-3. Bills offense back on the field. Allen hands it off to Cook, who runs up the middle. Tackled by TJ Slayton. He'll gain 5 on the play. I was surprised that they leaped Miami over Notre Dame. I legitimately think it was just the ACC needed to get somebody in, and they felt like that was the only way they could do it. I was rooting for no ACC teams too, but I think the committee just gave in to the Power 4 conference idea and brought him in anyway. Allen and pistol fakes the pitch out to Cook. He'll throw it across the middle. It's Knox again. And Knox will run it out to the 50-yard line before being tackled by Oren Burks. First down, Buffalo. Joe Brady, the Bills' offensive coordinator, a hot name in the head coaching market this season. Some Buffalo fans maybe disagree with that, but he's a hot name for sure. Josh Allen under center, hands it off to Cook, who's got a right side hole, and he'll pick up 6 out across midfield into Bengals territory. Cook coming into this game, as we mentioned, after back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, is up over 1,200 yards this season. Number 2 rusher in the NFL. Second down and 4 now. Allen under center. Motion Brandon Cooks down. Throwing over the left, and it's knocked away. DJ Turner almost had himself an interception and intended for Keon Coleman, but DJ Turner able to get underneath him and knock that ball away. Coleman slow out of his break due to the snow, and DJ Turner able to take advantage of it. And, ooh, that ball hit right off of DJ Turner's shoulder pad. He's got to have that. Got to have it. DJ will want that one back. It'll be 3rd down and 4. And Allen's throw is just terrible. Looking for the swing pass out wide to Ty Johnson on 3rd down and 4, and Josh Allen just threw it 3 yards ahead of him for no reason. Bad play by Josh Allen, whether it was the snow and the grip or he was expecting Ty Johnson to do something else, I don't know. But Bills are going to go for it on 4th down. Don't jump, defense. Don't jump. Allen in shotgun. Back to pass. Bengals getting pressure. Allen scrambles off to the left. He throws it downfield, and he's got a receiver along the sideline. It's going to be Gabe Davis, who will have enough for the first down. Nice job by Allen to escape the pressure and get away, but Bengals defense standing around looking as if maybe there was no flag on the play. Davis pushed out of bounds by DJ Turner. Josh Allen looks cold. I tell you what, Joe Burrow, he isn't showing the effects of the cold, but Josh Allen looks cold. Ball at the 28-yard line. Allen under center. Hands it off to James Cook, who bounces it out to the right-hand side. Dax Hill wraps him up, and Demetrius Knight Jr. will come in and clean it up after a gain of 8 for James Cook. Ooh, Daniel Jones coming out of the game. Story over the course of the week about his broken leg, and he was going to try and play through it, but he may not be able to. Came up limping there. He's slamming his helmet into the ground now, and unfortunately, I don't know if Daniel Jones is going to be able to keep going. That was a non-contact injury. Allen fakes the handoff to Cooks, and then he'll scramble along the left sideline. Looks like he'll have enough for the first down. Gain of 2, but it is enough for a Bills first down. Oh, maybe it was his Achilles. Oof. Big loss for the Colts if that's the case, though. I think Anthony Richardson, their backup. But Daniel Jones has been MVP worthy this year, and that was a non-contact injury that did not look good. All right. Bills now at the 17, first down and 10. Josh Allen fakes the handoff to Cook. Looking to pass. He's got all day just standing back there. Just all day. Now he throws it away. Man, what do you have? 12 seconds back there? Bengals D-line unable to get any pressure on it, but the Bengals secondary with a heck of a job being able to cover for that long. Bengals were doubling Keon Coleman. Dalton Kincaid looked like he was running open, but Josh Allen didn't see him. And eventually Josh Allen just throws it away. Live to live another day, second down and 10. Ty Johnson in the backfield with Josh Allen. Allen fakes the throw right, then comes back to Ty Johnson on the left. Johnson will fight his way forward for a gain of 8 before being tackled by Demetrius Knight Jr. Snow continues to fall in Buffalo. Ty Johnson coming off, shaking his left hand. I don't know if he's trying to get feeling back or if he hurt himself, but nonetheless, he comes off the field. James Cook in. Allen out of the pistol. Third down and 3. Cook now moves to his right. Allen fakes the handoff to Cook. He'll dump it off to Knox, and boom. How about that? Geno Stone coming up and making the big tackle behind the line of scrimmage. Dawson Knox unable to pick up any yardage there on third down and short. It'll be 4th and 4. And will the Bills go for it again? That was a big play by Geno Stone. Give it to him. He's gotten a lot of flack this year, and deservedly so, but that was a heck of a play for him to read that screen pass to Dawson Knox and come up from the safety position and be able to make that big tackle. It'll be 4th down and 4, and the Bills are going to go for it, or at least line up to go for it. 7 seconds on the play clock. Bills are 11 for 18 this season on 4th down conversion. Allen alone in shotgun looking to pass. Bengals flush him out of the pocket. B.J. Hill trying to get him. Allen throws it. Oh, dang it. Khalil Shakir able to come down with it in the end zone, and the Bills get their first touchdown of the day. Couldn't see who it was, but the Bengals had a defender right on him. Looks like Demetrius Knight Jr. maybe. Had a defender on Khalil Shakir, but just wasn't looking for the ball. And once Shakir got behind him, he had to play catch up, and Allen threw a dangerous pass, quite frankly, right over Knight's left shoulder, and Shakir was able to come down with it. There is a flag on the play, but Bills are going to go for 2 to try and make it a 3-point game. Former Bengal Isaiah Williams just scored for the Jets. Bills will go for 2. It's 14-9 as it stands right now. 7:27 to play in the first half. 0 for 5 on the season and 2-point conversions are the Bills. Heavy set. Motion Kincaid. Fake the handoff to Cook. Allen looking to pass. He's got back of the end zone. Dawson Knox. Good for the 2-point conversion. 14-11 now. Bengals with the 3-point lead. Well, so much for that low-scoring game that the boys were calling for in the pregame. 14-11 now. Maybe I picked up the wrong Bills tight end. Picked up Kincaid. Maybe I should have picked up Knox. I mean, Knight was in position. I mean, it was what it is. I mean, he was there, but Josh Allen made a good throw and Shakir made a good catch. I don't necessarily know how much of that is on Knight. Yeah, obviously would have liked him to be looking for the ball, but, you know, he was right there. Browns have the ball 3rd and goal at the 1. Quinshon Judkins in the backfield. He's all alone. Shadur Sanders under center. Sanders looking to pass. Goes back corner of the end zone, and it's hauled in. David Njoku, who appears to be hurt on the play, but did come up with the catch. And Njoku is writhing on the ground in pain. I didn't see what happened, but nice play by Njoku if he did come down with it and rolled properly. I'm not really sure how he hurt himself there. I don't know if it's the worst defense in the NFL, but it's not great. Not great. Let's not forget the Bengals defense came up big in the first drive of the game. We were praising them there at the beginning of the game, and now we're gonna shift our opinion this quick. We knew the Bills were going to score. This isn't a surprise. It's okay. Yeah, fourth downs were tough. You know, 2 4th and 4s. I certainly would like to think that you can get a stop on one of the two at least, but didn't happen. Here we go. Ryan's going to take the kickoff at the 6-yard line and bring it up the left side. He's so slow. He'll get tackled around the 30-yard line. It's really noticeable the difference in his returns versus Charlie Jones's returns. Noticeably slower. They're showing the 2-point conversion now, and Demetrius Knight just couldn't keep up with him, and nobody in the or Carter couldn't keep up with him, I guess. Barrett Carter. Doesn't matter. Bengals are going to score another touchdown right here. They take the ball at the 31-yard line. Motion Jamar Chase behind Joe Burrow, who's in shotgun. He'll hand it to Chase Brown. Chase Brown dances behind the line of scrimmage and then moves forward, and he'll gain 2 on the play. Bills defense calling on their fans to get loud. Burrow cups his hands over his ear holes to make sure that he can get the play in. Pirine and Brown both in the game. Pirine will be in the backfield to Burrow's right. Burrow talking to Noah Fant now, making sure he's aligned properly. 5 seconds on the play clock. Motion Chase Brown. Burrow back to pass. Dumps it off to Brown on the left-hand side. He's got a little bit of room, but Matt Milano comes up in coverage and is able to stop Chase Brown in his tracks, and Brown will only pick up 1 or 2 on the play. I will say the snow is very clearly affecting the agility of the players and their ability to make cuts. That's a play where you'd like to see Chase Brown get aggressive, try and get around Milano, and he just couldn't go anywhere, it looked like. 3rd down and 7. Burrow and Pirine in the backfield. Four seconds on the play clock. 3. Snap is back. Burrow looking to pass. Throws it over the middle. Mike Gesicki down the seam has got another Cincinnati Bengals first down. Nice easy read for the Bengals. The Bills defender Cam Lewis had outside coverage, and so Joe just ran the seam with Gesicki right up the middle, and Gesicki able to pick up the first down. Nice to have Mike Gesicki back for sure. Gives Joe a nice extra option there in the passing game. Burrow will fake the handoff to Brown, who does a nice job picking up the blitz, and then Burrow's pass intended for Fant is knocked away. Taron Johnson just barely got a fingertip on it. That was close. Just barely got his fingertip on that one. Taron Johnson was on Drew Sample, fell off of him, and then went back on Noah Fant to try and guard him, and was able to get the hand up and knock that ball away before it got to Fant. 2nd and 10. Now Pirine up the middle. Nice gain of 7 there on the play. Make it 3rd down and manageable. Into Bills territory. Under 5 minutes to play now in the first half. Third down and 3. Burrow and shotgun. Pirine to his left. Motion Fant from out wide. They'll hand it off to Pirine, and he'll get spun down. Will they give him enough for the first down? The mark is close. And they will, in fact, give him a first down. Pirine picks up the 3 and just the 3 needed for the first down. Clock ticks under 4 minutes now. Bengals have owned the time of possession in this one. Burrow under center, Brown deep in the backfield. Fake the handoff to Brown. Burrow throwing deep down the left sideline. T. Higgins bobbles, and I don't think he got 2 feet down. That ball was just too far out of bounds. T. Higgins made a heck of an effort to try and come down with it and just could not make it. Went up, got one hand on it. Yep, just out of bounds. And he came down hard on the back of his head. For a guy who's just coming back from a concussion, you don't love to see that, and he's slow to get up. He's sitting up, but being tended to now by Bengals training staff. We'll take a break. Yep, that's certainly one of the concerns. Travis Etienne just busted a 28-yard touchdown run against the Colts. And it is an Achilles injury for Daniel Jones. So Daniel Jones likely out for the season now in what could have been an MVP-type season. The Colts now trail 21-7 without their leader. The Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be able to really key in on Jonathan Taylor now, and be interesting to see how that plays out now that Taylor doesn't have much of a quarterback to take focus away from him. CWT saying he walked back to the sideline with his helmet on. That would certainly be a positive if that was the case. He immediately sat up. So he didn't lose consciousness, it doesn't look like, but hard to know. I don't want to speculate yet, but head definitely hit the ground. No question about that. Now he's in the blue tent, they're saying. I'm sure he's getting checked out. Even if the injury is in his head, they're going to check him out after he's pointing to his head. So that's going to be it for T. Higgins, I think. Looked like he pointed to his head as he was sitting on the ground. So I'm going to speculate there and say that they're probably not going to have T. Higgins for the rest of this game. Burrow back to pass on 2nd and 10. He scrambles out to the left side, looking downfield. Throwing to Yoshi Bosa, a ton of contact. And there's the flag. Thank you. Yoshi Bosa trying to fight his way back, and Taron Johnson would not let him. It's going to be a big penalty against the Bills on defensive pass interference. Yeah, Yoshi turned to try and fight his way back, and Taron Johnson immediately put both hands on him and pushed him away. So that's going to be a pass interference and is going to give the Bengals ball all the way down inside the red zone. First and goal for the Bengals. Had Yoshi open, just couldn't get enough on it as he was scrambling out, but we'll take it. Ball will be placed at the 10-yard line. Chase Brown, lone back. Burrow in shotgun, looking back to pass. Pulls it down, scrambling right, throws right. Chase Brown comes down with it, inbounds. They'll say he's at the 1. His feet were in the end zone, but I think the ball was outside the end zone as he made the catch. Let's see a replay there. Nice play by Burrow, who scrambled to his right, found Chase Brown. 2 feet down for sure, and that is close. I don't know about that. Let's see. I think that's a touchdown. I think when he controlled that ball's across the goal line. They're gonna have to take a look at that. Zach, throw your flag. There it is. Taylor will, in fact, challenge the ruling on the field. Cincinnati officially will challenge it. You think that's a bad challenge, Sean? I don't think that's a bad challenge. I think he's got the ball and he's in the end zone. And he maintains control. Tease back? CW, don't tease me like that. Don't tease me like that. Was he back on the field for that play? Oh. T. Higgins is returned to Sunday's game. Wow. How about that? I don't know. You guys think that was incomplete? I didn't think it was incomplete. I mean, we'll see another replay, I'm sure, but sure looked like he caught the ball in his chest. I saw that the ball kind of was poking out of the side there, but I don't think he necessarily lost control. Maybe a risky challenge, but if it's the difference between I don't know. Certainly you got faith that you can punch it in from the 1 yard line either way, but if this was the second half, I might have a problem because Zach Taylor probably would have burned some stupid timeout by this point anyway, but we'll see. Reversed touchdown. Suck it. Touchdown Bengals. Chase Brown. Boom. Now what do you got to say, Mike Hart? Now what do you got to say? Call is reversed. Chase Brown gets the touchdown. They bring in Mike Pereira. Gets control of the football inside the end zone. Maintains possession through the ground. Mike Pereira agrees. And it will, in fact, be a touchdown. Bengals will take a 20-11 lead. Evan McPherson in now for the extra point. It's up, and I lost it in the snow, but the referees say it's good, so we'll take it. 21-11. That is 3 for 3 on drives ending in touchdowns today for the Cincinnati Bengals, and you know what that means. Hear that Bengal growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Get some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We've got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna ever let us down. Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think gonna beat them Bengals? Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Lamar Jackson just threw a terrible interception. God, he's so bad. What a terrible running back he is. Let's go. 400 people in here celebrating. Bengals lead 21-11. 3 minutes and 18 seconds to go in the first half. Make sure you stick around. Casey, Stone, Reed will bring you the halftime show live from Smoke Justice. First 3 possessions for the Bengals: 14 plays, 67 yards, 6 plays, 55 yards, 8 plays, 59 yards, all for Cincinnati Bengals touchdowns. Oh, and by the way, we're still in the first half. Yeah, Ravens and Steelers are playing right now. Lamar Jackson just threw a bad interception. Steelers lead 10-3. Steelers have the ball. Bills will take the kickoff at the 5. Some hard hits, and the tackle will go down at the 30. Hey, welcome in from Australia. Appreciate you tuning in. What time is it there? Like 1 in the morning? Appreciate you tuning in, Graham. Can the Bengals get a turnover? Can you get a turnover? Burrow versus Allen. Head-to-head in their career. Burrow 2-0. Here we go. Ball at the 32-yard line. Josh Allen hands it off to Cook. Oh, big hole for James Cook on the left-hand side. Finally tackled by Jordan Battle after a big gain all the way out to the 49-yard line. I'll show you guys almost 24 hours ahead. Oh, my God. Time zones are crazy. Time zones are crazy. James Cook now on the day. 6 rushes, 43 yards. But they trail by 10. Ball rests just short of midfield. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to play. Allen hands it off to Cook again. And Cook yet again will scamper through the middle and pick up 5. Before Jordan Battle, he makes yet another Bengals tackle, and it looks like that might have been the last play before the 2-minute warning. It was. We'll go to the 2-minute warning. Bengals lead 21-11. Bring up the chat. DeMar Hamlin's on the IR. He does still play, but he's on the IR. First stop wins the game. Well, does the Bengals holding them to a field goal count, or we need like an actual stop? We knew Cook would be a problem. We knew that. That's not a surprise. Who's the Colts backup quarterback? It's not Anthony Richardson, huh? Riley Leonard. Riley Leonard in for the Indianapolis Colts. Of course. Should have known. Quick look around the league. Bengals obviously lead the Bills 21-11. Dolphins up 21-7 on the New York Jets. Steelers have a 10-3 lead. Steelers have the ball at the Baltimore 17-yard line. Make it the 13-yard line now. It's 3rd down and 1 for them. Adam Thielen playing today for the Steelers after being claimed off waivers this week, or after being released, I guess. Buccaneers lead the Saints 10-7. Colts and Jaguars. Jaguars lead 21-7. Again, Daniel Jones went down with an Achilles injury in that one. Titans lead the Browns 14-10. Vikings lead the Commanders 14-0. Falcons and Seahawks all tied up at 3. I can't believe the Bengals lost to the Jets. Lean and Hungary. Jim Sorgi, could you imagine? Let's see how my fantasy teams are doing. My work league, up to a big lead, projected to win by 20. We're good there. Still early, but we'll take it. The Guillotine League, that's the one that matters. That's the one that matters, and I think I'm projected to be eliminated this week, which is unfortunate because it's right before the Yep, right before money. Top 4 get paid in that league. Got Travis Etienne on my bench. He's got almost 16 points already. But James Cook, Quinshon Judkins, I don't think these scores are up to date because it says James Cook has 4.4 and he's got more than that. So whatever. All right, we're back from the 2-minute warning. Bills have the ball at the Bengals 45-yard line. Handoff goes to Ty Johnson. And he stood up for a short gain. It'll be 3rd down and 3 for the Buffalo Bills. Barrett Carter in on the stop. 3rd down and 3. Clock ticking under 1:30 now. Ball at the 43-yard line. They got to reach the 40. And we got a false start on the Bills to make it even longer. Let's go. James Cook with the false start will make it 3rd down and 8. Yep. So 3rd down and 8 with 1:21 to go. Does Tanner Hudson play? I need 1 yard for my parlay. Not very much. He's tight end 3, so not sure why he's even in your parlay to begin with, but he might play. He's one of those guys that'll randomly get a catch that big pickup. Screen pass out to Shakir to try and make it 4th and manageable. It looks like it'll be 4th down and 3 or 4, and I would imagine the Bills will go for it yet again. Cincinnati will call a timeout, try and maintain a little bit of clock to try and get some points on the board yet again before half. That pass again by Barrett Carter might have got away with a face mask, but it'll be 4th down and 3. Bills will line up to go for it. And as I've said multiple times on 4th down, Bengals don't jump. Bengals will have 2 timeouts to play with if they get the ball back here. 4th down and 3, ball at the 43-yard line. They need to reach the 40.5-yard line in order to pick up the 1st down. Josh Allen's in shotgun. Looks like Ty Johnson to his left. Allen under pressure and throws it away, and it bounces off of Chris Jenkins, incomplete. And the Bengals defense gets the hold. And who said it earlier? First hold wins the game. Well, there's your hold. Bengals will get the ball back with 1:11 to go here in the first half. Miles Murphy, Joseph Osai, both in there getting pressure on Allen. Oh, that wasn't Osai. That was Cedric Johnson getting the hit on Josh Allen on that one. Cedric Johnson, and then the ball hit right off of Chris Jenkins' face. Nice play by Cedric Johnson to get pressure in on Josh Allen. And the Bengals offense will have 1:11, 2 timeouts to go 57 yards. Joe Burrow, 12 of 15, 119 yards and 2 touchdowns so far in this one. Bills will get the ball at half. Don't forget, Bengals started the game with the ball, so the Bills will get the ball at half. So a score here would be nice. Extend this lead. Burrow will start in shotgun. Looking to pass, he rolls out to the right and kind of throws that ball away, but Mike Gesicki was being held all over the place. That's going to be Cam Lewis, who's flagged on the play. Let's see if they call it pass interference or holding, though. Holding it is. It'll be 5 yards and a first down. Mike Gesicki was being held the entire way by Cam Lewis. Burrow saw that, which is why he threw Gesicki's way, I'm sure. They'll pick up a free 5 and a first down. They're showing the fourth down play. Nice play by Jalen Davis. The Bills ran a play to get Khalil Shakir open, and Jalen Davis was able to guard it well. Burrow dumps it off. There's Tanner Hudson. Tanner Hudson picks up 10, and your parlay's cashed, my friend. Oh, man. So there you go. First down and 10 now at the Bills' 40-yard line. Burrow looking to pass again, throwing left. It's brought in by T. Higgins and then knocked away. It'll be incomplete. T. Higgins got 2 feet down but didn't make a football move before it was knocked away. It'll be incomplete, second down and 10. How about Tanner Hudson? Maxwell Hairston made a nice play to knock that one away from T. Higgins. So it'll be second down and 10. 39 seconds left to play in the first half. Bengals still have both timeouts. Burrow in shotgun. Looking to pass corner blitz. Burrow doesn't see it, and coming completely unblocked is Christian Benford for the sack. Bengals will be forced to burn their second timeout with 31 seconds to go. I saw that corner blitz coming. Burrow did not. And Burrow didn't feel it at all and was just untouched off the edge was Christian Benford. Third down and 18 now for the Bengals. So the Bengals will have to see if they can get into field goal range here on this 3rd and 18. Burrow and shotgun back to pass. Bills just bringing 3. Burrow scrambles left. Pointing downfield, throws it over the middle. Oh, and he overthrew T. Higgins. Oh, he had T. Higgins for the first down, and Joe Burrow overthrew him. Incomplete. It falls, and the Bengals will have to punt it away, I would assume. T. Higgins working on Benford again. Cut back, and Burrow had him, just expected him to cut upfield, I think, and unfortunately, T just cut back towards the outside, and just outside the reach of T. Higgins. And the Bengals will punt it away. Both teams getting a stop here to close out the first half. 23 seconds on the clock. Rico's punt is away. It's a short one, a really short one. It'll be down by Oren Burks, but man, that was a not good punt. Luckily, a lot of clock ran off. There will just be 10 seconds left for the Bills here, but man, that was not a good punt from Ryan Rico. Make sure you stick alongside here. We got the halftime report coming up from Smoke Justice. Casey McAllister, Reed Mouse, Stone Shields all standing by at Smoke Justice to walk you through this first half. Break down the action from this Bengals and Bills game. Rico's punt just 22 yards. Bills will line up to kneel it down. And that will do it for the first half. And with that, Bengals lead 21-11 over the Buffalo Bills. Snow continues to fall in Buffalo, but the boys are nice and warm at Smoke Justice. We'll send it back to Covington, Kentucky for the halftime report. I'll see you guys back with the second half.
Check, check, check. And welcome on back here to Covington, Kentucky. We are live from Smoke Justice. It is halftime. The Bengals have dominated the Buffalo Bills through the first 30 minutes, 21-11. Reed Mouse, Casey McAllister, and Stone Shields. And I got to tell you guys right now, Stone has made fun of me for about 3 weeks now because I was saying for a long time, I don't know if I want Joe Burrow to come back. They're 3-8. I don't know if they want to go back. And here we go. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, all on the same field. And this team, once again, for at least 30 minutes today, have played like an elite bunch. They're winning 21-11. Man, it's a delight to see Joe Burrow go out there and play once again.
Reed, Case, Joe Burrow, he's got some issues, man. He's got serious, serious issues, and it's absolutely awesome. He's been locked in throughout the entirety of this half. He's missed a couple of throws, but for the most part, it's been an impressive performance. And it's funny because, everybody was talking about the playoff game kind of leading into this game, and we all, kind of sat and wondered would it look more of the same. And the weather forecast, obviously very similar, and they've kind of picked up where they left off in that playoff game, to be completely honest with you. Absolutely dominating here. You would have loved to seen a few more points. A nice sack there. Burrow gets sacked there at the end of the half, gets you out of field goal range. But other than that, it's been basically perfect for Cincinnati.
Sure.
Got the break with Johnson falling down. Would have been a touchdown for Buffalo on the first drive. But, yeah, everything going in Cincinnati's way.
Yeah, it's incredible to see the eliteness of Joe Burrow. Missed a pass there in that final drive, but other than that, has been absolutely on the cues. Joe Burrow has been incredible through this first 30 minutes.
Yeah, and I don't even know if I necessarily blame Burrow for that throw. I mean, T. Higgins is kind of stumbling. He's not quite ready for it. So, I mean, it was honestly quite a perfect performance from Joe Burrow so far. I mean, it was exactly what we thought. With T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow out there, this offense looks elite. Now, Jamar Chase, he's only had one target this entire game. One important one 13-yard pass. So that was a conversion for a first down. But, man, I mean, the rest of the guys are showing up. Mike Gesicki's making plays. Chase Brown is making plays. Samaje's making plays. That's exactly what you want from an offense when you know the opposing defense is going to focus on Jamar. They're going to focus on T. Higgins. What do you need to happen? You need those guys to step up. Those guys have been stepping up. Joe Burrow's been elite. And this offense, man, besides that final drive, they've looked unstoppable.
So let's go through some stats real quick. The Bengals outpacing the Bills in terms of first downs, doubling their number, close to doubling, 15 first downs to 7 for the Buffalo Bills. The yards are about the same, 168 yards for the Buffalo Bills, 162 for the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow is 13 of 18, 123 yards. Josh Allen has 96 yards of offense, 9 for 13 passing. If you do want to take away two scary stats from the first 30 minutes. Reminder, we are up 2 scores, 21-11. If you want two things that are kind of indicative of where this game could go wrong for the Bengals, it's these two stats right here. The Bills have rushed for double the rushing yards of the Cincinnati Bengals, 72. The Bills have 39. And then I think the scariest thing is the Bengals might be getting, I don't want to say lucky, but on third down efficiency, 7 conversions in 8 tries, as opposed to the Bills, who have 1 conversion in 5 tries. I think that will come back down. Water will find its level a little bit, but are those final 2 stats that I said, the Buffalo Bills 72 yards and the Bengals 38 rushing yards, and then 7 of 8 third down conversions for the Bengals. Does that scare you at all, Stone?
I think the run game stuff does a little bit, but kind of what we were talking about pregame, right? If you get the ball first, which the Bengals ended up doing, and put some pressure on Buffalo, that kind of makes them turn up the tempo a little bit, right? And you've seen them go for it on 4th down a couple of times. Obviously, you're really blowing them out if they don't have that miraculous Josh Allen play on 4th down where they get the touchdown.
Yep.
Yes. So a little bit concerned about the run game, but if you keep a lead here, Buffalo's not going to be able to just turn to cook in the run game. They're going to have to stretch it down the football field. As the third down point you mentioned, that's Joe Burrow. That's the money down there for Joe Burrow, and I think that's probably, it's going to come down to earth a little bit here, but I would expect, the Bengals to be really good on third down when Joe Burrow's playing quarterback, and they certainly have been this afternoon.
We've seen neither one of these teams, other than that punt where the Bengals on that final drive, both of these teams we've seen 1 punt. We've seen 1 punt through this first quarter, so that's something to keep your eyes. Do either one of those stats concern you? The Bills almost doubling the Bengals rushing yards, and then also the third down conversion.
Yes and no. I think the big thing that is concerning is the big plays that the Bengals are letting up. I think I've counted 4 or 5 of them that are been more than 15 yards a pop. Gabe Davis for 17, Dawson Knox early on, that first throw for 32 yards. Ty Johnson had a 23-yard run. James Cook had an 18-yard run. Those have got to become at a minimum. They got to find a way to minimize those big plays. And right now the Bengals have not found a way to do that. Luckily, they've actually kind of been able to tackle a little bit. I mean, despite them having those big plays, they've been able to wrap up and keep those yards at bay, not allowing them to scamper on for even more. But it is a little concerning right now that the defense has been gashed multiple times.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the defense and the positive note here. Let's do a quick recap of how we got to this point. Bengals opening drive of the game, go nearly 9 minutes long, 14 plays, 67 yards, ends on a big push with Chase Brown into the end zone. How do the Bills respond? A big pass. They get down into the red zone, and then the Bengals defense holds them to 3. Bengals immediately answer back a 6-yard, 55-yard drive that takes about 3 minutes and 21 seconds of game time. They get in the end zone. That was a deep pass from Joe Burrow, a great completion from T. Higgins, showing just how elite that pair can be. And then once again, the Bills get that miraculous play, as you said, to Khalil Shakir. They get the 2-point conversion. They make it a 14-11 game. Bengals immediately answer back on an 8-play, 69-yard drive that lasts 4 minutes. That finishes on a 10-yard pass to Chase Brown. We were wondering here at Smoke Justice here in Covington, Kentucky. Come on down. It's a great crowd. We're all very into it right now. We're wondering why Zach Taylor threw the challenge flag. Even the Zach Taylor apologist to my left here, Stone Shields, was sitting there. And then once it turned over that it got into the end zone, we're like, all right, it all worked out. Then the Bengals stopped the Bills on a set of downs, punt, end of the half. I think there's something to be said about the Bengals defense. We know it's a bad defense, one of the worst in the league, but they've been playing better. They've been giving up these big plays, but they've been able, at least on a few times, to really stop the Bills in the red zone.
Absolutely, and they're getting some pass rush too, which I don't think a lot of us expected without Trey Hendrickson. Joseph Osai continues to make a name for himself. He's getting some pressures. He's getting home to the quarterback, causing some issues for Josh Allen. And also Cedric Johnson, your 6th-round pick a couple of years ago out of Ole Miss. Didn't get much playing time. We're starting to see him get a little bit more playing time, and he just had the huge play there at the end of the half on 4th down. So I think you're seeing some guys contribute that maybe hadn't been contributing in the past. And once you get some pass rush and the line's playing well, that makes things a little bit easier for the linebackers, which in turn, of course, makes things a little bit easier for your secondary as well. And you're starting to see them play more team football on defense over the course of the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's Casey, you mentioned how you are concerned by the big plays, and that's a fair concern, especially in the weather that they're having right now. But I think every single one of us at the table, every single one of us here at Smoke Justice here in Covington, Kentucky, would take the Bengals giving up 11 points every half for the rest of the year, or in perpetuity. Like, if they give up 11 points for a half every single time for as long as we're Bengals fans, we will take that. You've got to be a little bit encouraged by the time when the field shrinks a little bit, this defense is playing better.
Yeah, they've definitely, stiffened up a little bit. They're
Bend, don't break.
Bend, don't break. And that's really what this Bengals defense for the last 4 or 5 years has been predicated on. Bend, don't break. We're finally starting to see some of that life in them, especially in the red zone. The one thing that I would like to mention and point out is that the turnover game right now, it's 0-0. There's no turnovers so far in this game. But the Bengals have had opportunities. They had one that was really weird, that first drive where we thought that there was a fumble.
Didn't throw the challenge flag there, your guy, Zach Taylor.
And then DJ Turner, he had hands on the ball a couple times. I think that was in the second drive. And the pressure, like you said, Stone, has been getting home. So I would expect there to be maybe a turnover here in the second half that could really change the momentum of this game, swing it in the favor of the Bengals. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing here. Can they find a way to get a turnover? Because I think that's going to make the difference in this game.
Yeah, I mean, with a 10-point lead, I think more than anything, if no turnovers happen, then that's probably smelling pretty good for the Cincinnati Bengals. That's a good question, Casey. How important do you think this turnover, because there's going to be a turnover at some point in this game. How important is it that it's got to go our way? It's got to go the Stripes.
Yeah, I think if you turn the ball over, if Joe Burrow makes a mistake, obviously things aren't trending in that direction right now, but it could happen. That could have an opportunity to swing the game. But I think you're at a point now with the 10-point lead, especially if you can get a stop here coming out of the break and then add to this lead, you could be safe even if you have to deal with the turnover. But, obviously in the NFL, turnovers are huge, and Zach Taylor preaches it all the time. But I don't think the game really is close enough where a turnover is going to swing the outcome of the game at this point.
Okay.
I mean, you have a 10-point lead. We'll see. Buffalo, of course, could go down and score immediately, and it's a one-score game like that. But, I'm looking for this team to get a stop and then go down and score some points and create some distance here.
Yeah, that was something that you said in the pregame, is that you wanted the Bengals, even if they won the toss, to get the ball. They got the ball to start the game. They go down and score and have created a little bit of separation and have the potential, if they're able to score on this opening drive, to make the Bills a little bit one-dimensional.
Right.
How important is it, these first two drives, both one for each team, coming out in the second half?
Yeah, because I think if it was, a one-score game or a tie game at this point, you're really going to see Buffalo lean on the run. But I don't think they're going to be in a spot where they want to go run, pass, right? They might run it on first down, but if you can stop it, they're going to throw it on their remaining two downs. And as Casey pointed out at the beginning, they've obviously had a lot of success running the football. With this 10-point lead, that's not something they're going to be able to do throughout the rest of this game if the Bengals continue to have a two-score lead.
Casey, what's a big takeaway for you as Bengals have an 10-point lead, 21-11 going into the second half? What are the Bengals going to have to do to hold on to this one, keep the postseason dream alive, and go up to Buffalo Highmark Stadium and take one away from a hungry Bills team?
Well, I think they're going to still need to be very efficient on offense. Joe Burrow right now has targeted T. Higgins 7 times in this game. Jamar Chase only once. And I can't see what's going on past whatever's on the camera, so I don't know if Jamar Chase is being doubled on top with the safety or not. We won't know until after the game, but maybe find a way to get Jamar Chase more involved, make it more distributed across the offense. The other guys have been stepping up, but I would love to see Jamar Chase kind of take over this game, or T. Higgins, either one. When they're both out there, the offense is phenomenal, so if they can just find a way to just take over the game on offense, I would like to see us win a ball game.
Yeah, you got to stay hungry offensively. They're getting ready to kick off here. You got to stay hungry offensively. You've won the first few rounds of the match. Now you just got to match them punch for punch, take it out to the end, and be able to win. But Joe Davis and third leg Greg Olson is ready to go here in the second half, so we'll flip it back over to Craig Sandlin. We're live here at Smoke Justice in Covington. We'll see you at the post-game show. Craig, over to you.
Third leg Greg. Oh man, that's we'll leave that one right where it is. Reed, Bengals ready to kick off. Evan McPherson clearing off some snow as he kicks it away deep. As we start the second half, the Bills will start with the ball fielded at the 6-yard line, and Bengals special teams does a good job. They'll stop it right there at the 25, it looks like. And the Bills will take over there. Bengals lead 21-11. Bengals scored a touchdown on each of their first 3 drives. Chase Brown on the ground. Chase Brown through the air, and T. Higgins through the air were the Bengals touchdowns. Me Thanos this bot, as I've been asked. You're welcome. Bills start at the 25. Allen under center, Cook back deep. Allen will fake the handoff to Cook. Miles Murphy gets pressure right away. He can't bring him down, but B.J. Hill up the middle can. And the Bengals start the second half with a sack of Josh Allen. B.J. Hill brings down the Bills quarterback, but Miles Murphy really started it. Murphy with a speed rush off the edge forces Allen up in the pocket, and B.J. Hill is there for the sack. Loss of 7 on the play for the Bills. Big play to start the half. Set this Bills offense back. 2nd and 18 officially. Allen again play action. Throwing deep down the left side, and that one is incomplete. Intended for Brandon Cooks. Brandon Cooks was looking for a flag, and he'll get one, it looks like. DJ Turner was on coverage. First down, it looks like. This is the call on DJ Turner. What a cheap way to get a first down on 2nd and 18. Looks like Cooks is pushing off, but DJ Turner definitely grabs his arm as he does. I mean, that was tough. Brandon Cooks pushes off, very clearly extends the arms. Then DJ Turner grabs the arm, and DJ Turner is going to be flagged. So it'll be first down at the 36. James Cook tackled in the backfield. Geno Stone again with the big tackle. Stone had the big tackle in the first half on Dawson Knox on a big 3rd down. And here he comes up again, picks up James Cook in the backfield, a loss of 1 on the play. Allen looking to pass. Miles Murphy again gets pressure, but Allen gets it away just in time. Finds Dalton Kincaid. Kincaid's first catch of the game goes for 5 yards, maybe 6. It'll be 3rd down and 5. It's 3rd down. Big play upcoming for this Bengals defense. First drive of the second half. Ball at the Bills' 41-yard line. Allen motions Ty Johnson into the backfield. Allen back to pass. Scrambles out to his right. Allen will scramble past and pick up more than the first down. Geno Stone finally tackling him into Bengals territory. Allen will pick up 10 plus on the scramble, and it'll be first down and 10 at the Bengals' 45-yard line. Miles Murphy almost got there. Inside rush, but Allen felt it coming, got outside, and then Allen did the rest. They'll mark him down at the 43. The handoff is to Cook. Left side, short gain. Maybe 2. Before he's tackled by Chris Jenkins. Bills in the first half this season, minus 12-point differential. In the second half, plus 80. Best in the NFL in the second half. Can the Bengals defense buck that trend? It starts right here on the opening drive. 2nd down and 7, ball at the 41. Allen looking to pass, dumps it off to the right to James Cook. Cook met by Jalen Davis, and Davis does a nice job bringing down the running back after a short gain, maybe 4. It'll be 3rd down and 2. And what do we say? It's 3rd down. They'll call it 3rd and 2 on the broadcast. Ball at the 36-yard line. They've got to get it almost to the 33. It's basically 3rd and 3. Bengals bring pressure, dump off to Cook. Barrett Carter can't bring him down, and Cook's got room to go. Battle finally forces him out of bounds after a big gain by James Cook out of the backfield. Cook picks up 27 on the play. Barrett Carter just couldn't get him. Barrett Carter in space is not very good. Barrett Carter one-on-one in space is not good. James Cook down to the 9-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal from there. The handoff goes to Cook. Met at the line of scrimmage by Dax Hill. Falls forward for a gain of 3, maybe 4. James Cook looking for his 9th touchdown of the season on the ground. 2nd down and goal, 9:30 to play in the 3rd quarter. Allen in shotgun with Cook to his right. Motion Kincaid. Allen back to pass. Looking towards Kincaid, and he's got Kincaid. Touchdown, Dalton Kincaid. Kincaid, who went catchless in the first half, gets his 2nd catch of that drive. This one good for a touchdown. And the Bills are an extra point away from being down just 3. DJ Turner was on coverage and went diving to try and knock it away, but ball snuck past him, and Kincaid made the catch. Matt Prater's extra point is up and good, and the Bengals lead just 21-18 now. Both teams take their opening drives of each half down for touchdowns, and that one was easy for the Bills. Big play, James Cook picked up 27 out of the backfield. Put him down into scoring range, and then Josh Allen finds Dalton Kincaid for the short touchdown. And the Bills within 3. Yeah, the pass interference call is going to be debated for sure. Understandably. It is definitely going to come down to the wire. I don't think anybody expected this game to be a blowout either direction. Knew that this was 2 good teams. Bengals record may not say it, but definitely playing much better with Joe Burrow under center than they would with anybody else. Not a DJ Turner fan. Well, to each their own. He's played extremely well this year. I don't know how he's not in the top 10 for Pro Bowl voting. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but initial standings came out this week, and Bengals had 3 players into the top 10 at their positions across the NFL, and DJ Turner was not one of them. Steelers and Ravens are at halftime for those that are watching. Pittsburgh with a 17-9 lead there in Baltimore. Aaron Rodgers is 13 of 20 for 148 yards. He also ran one in for a touchdown. Kenneth Gainwell has a rushing touchdown in this one as well. The Steelers just 9 rushes for 22 yards, but DK Metcalf leads the way through the air, 4 catches, 92 yards. For the Ravens, Lamar Jackson, 7 of 13, 64 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. He continues to not look like himself. He did run one in, though, 3 rushes for 19 yards and a touchdown. Derrick Henry has 11 carries for 34 yards in this one. Zay Flowers leading the way through the air, 4 for 46. Marcus Mariota is into the game for the Washington Commanders. Jaden Daniels out, getting looked at in the blue 10. He just emerged without his helmet, so Jaden Daniels, in his return after that elbow injury, may be done for the day. Evan McPherson, Charlie Jones, and Jamar Chase were the 3 Bengals that were in the top 10 for Pro Bowl voting at their position. Kickoff is away. Samaje Perine will field it at the 2-yard line and bring it up the left side. Again, he is slow. He'll bring it up to the 26, and that's it. Joe Burrow coming back out for his first drive of the second half. See if he can extend this lead. Bengals lead by 3, 21-18. Burrow will start this drive under center. Bengals ball at the 27. Handoff to Chase Brown. Up the middle. Tackled on the play by A.J. Epinesa for a short gain. Well, they're kicking it to Perine. Perine and Jones are both back there, but they're kicking it towards Perine, which most teams have chosen to do smartly because Charlie Jones, as noted with the Pro Bowl voting, is one of the better returners in the game, and Samaje Perine is, well, he's not. So it is what it is. Burrow and shotgun now, looking to pass. He's got time. Dancing, now throwing to the right, and T. Higgins dropped it. Ball hit T. Higgins in both hands, and he couldn't come down with it. Thompson in coverage, but that's a ball that T. Higgins absolutely has to come down with, and T. Higgins knows it as he looks at his hands. Ball was a little bit behind him, but, I mean, T's got to come down with it. Could have been a big gain out almost to the 50-yard line, but instead it'll be third down and 8. Apologies. Third down and 8 from the 29-yard line, and the Bengals need a first down. Pressure coming. Burrow throwing it, and it just goes out of bounds. Jamar Chase was open, but Burrow couldn't get to him. Didn't have enough time, and the Bengals are going to have to punt it away on their first drive, 3 and out. After the Bills' drive went for a touchdown, that's not the way you were looking to start your second half, that is for sure. But this is a game of adjustments, and the Bills have done a good job all year making halftime adjustments. As I mentioned before, they lead the NFL in point differential in the second half. The Bengals, on the other half, not exactly known for their second half adjustments. So this will come down to the end, and we got to hope that the Bengals defense can continue to hold the Bills. Rico now with the punt. This one will be blown dead before it ever gets going. Flag on the play. It'll be a false start against the Bengals. Called against Joe Giles Harris. Snow continues to fall in Buffalo. Ball would be moved back, placed at the 24-yard line now. Ackley in the house. What up, Ackley? Appreciate you tuning in. Ryan Rico will line up at his own 10-yard line for the punt. His last punt went just 22 yards. This one is much better. All the way down, pushes the Bills returner inside their own 20. Khalil Shakir brings it up the left sideline for a short gain, and the Bills will take over there. It'll be first down and 10 for the Bills at the Buffalo 30-yard line. 56-yard punt for Rico. His first half punt was not very good. No name. Ryan Rico not in the top 10. Yeah, that was a catchable ball for T for sure. Jackson, Smith, and Jigba into the end zone for the Seahawks as they extend their lead over the Falcons, now 19-6, extra point coming. I mean, we're going to talk about Dalton Kincaid catching a touchdown with like a foot of separation. DJ Turner was there. It is what it is. It doesn't make him a bad corner. Yeah, he had two catchable balls that he didn't bring down for sure. Gotta remember, it's cold out. JJ McCarthy with another touchdown pass to Josh Oliver, who had the Josh Oliver 2 TD ticket. Everybody's a tick slow in the snow. Steelers driving against the Ravens, looking to extend their lead early in the third quarter. Swing pass out to Freiermuth, and he's going to take it down to the 15-yard line. It'll be second down and 7 there. Bills in action. Allen finds Knox for a first down out to the 40-yard line. Dawson Knox just completely uncovered. Completely uncovered. I mean, Bills ball first and 10 at the 40-yard line. James Cook lone back, Allen under center. Motion Cooks to the top of the screen. Allen looking to pass, looking deep. Throws it over the middle, short. It's Dawson Knox again, a gain of 5 again. Keeping an eye on 2 games now, the Steelers and Ravens, along with the Bengals and Bills. Steelers have the ball 3rd and 1 early in the second half there. Ball at the 9. Meanwhile, the Bills at their own 45-yard line. 2nd and 5. Handoff goes to Cook. And they'll give him enough for a first down on the play. 5-yard gain for James Cook. And it'll be first down for the Bills. Bills up over 100 yards rushing now on the game. Yeah, the Lamar rushing TD happened a while ago. They're just now showing it, but it happened a while ago. They're already in the second half in that game. Steelers have it first and goal at the 8-yard line. Pitches out to Gainwell, who loses 2. Meanwhile, Josh Allen swung down. TJ Slayton on the sack. Tyler Shook with the rushing touchdown. Look at TJ Slayton. Jordan Battle on the blitz forced Josh Allen up in the pocket, and TJ Slayton was there to clean it up. Steelers lead 17-9, second and goal at the 10. Rodgers in shotgun. Looking to throw. Throws it over the middle, incomplete. Meanwhile, Allen out of shotgun looking to throw left. Khalil Shakir, no, I'm sorry, that's Keon Coleman, complete. Gain of 10 on the play. It'll be third down and short. It was second and 14. As the clock ticks under 5 minutes here in the third quarter, Bills have dominated this quarter. Bengals' lone drive was a 3-and-out. Third and 4 officially. Ball at the Bengals' 44-yard line. Allen from shotgun on third and 4. Fakes the handoff to Cook, throws it out wide to Kincaid. Kincaid's got room. Kincaid all the way down inside the 30-yard line to the 25. It'll be first down for the Buffalo Bills. Gain of 19 to Dalton Kincaid. Kincaid now in the second half, 3 catches, 28 yards, and a touchdown. Ball rests at the 24, first and 10. This Bengals defense has to get a stop. Bengals lead 21-18. James Cook with the handoff. He's got room again. Breaks a tackle. He's inside the 10. Breaks another tackle inside the 5. He dives for the pylon. Touchdown, James Cook. 24 yards as he goes sliding through the snow. Did he stay in bounds that whole way? Flag on the play. We'll bring it back. Is there a flag? What's going on? There must be. Ball was knocked loose as he was crossing the goal line. That's a fumble. What's happening? So now Zach Taylor is going to challenge this one. So the call on the field was there was a penalty, so the play was being brought back, but James Cook definitely fumbled that ball as he was going across the goal line. The question is, did he fumble it and then it went into the end zone and through, or did it go out of bounds at the 1? That's going to be the question. Where did the ball go out of bounds on the fumble? They're going to take a commercial break, and we're going to have to come back and see. Let's see, does Fox allow me to rewind? Ooh, they do. Demetrius Knight Jr., no. Joseph Osai working his way back down, laid the hit on James Cook as he was diving for the end zone. And I tell you what, I don't have a great look at this to know where that ball went out of bounds. That's going to be the big question here for this challenge, is whether or not the ball was in the end zone and through the end zone, or was it fumbled out of bounds inside the 1? Because that's a big difference. If it was fumbled inside the 1, you take the penalty. If it was fumbled through the end zone, then obviously you don't. So we'll wait and see what happens. Penalty was called on Van de Mark. Play is being challenged. By Zach Taylor. Cook fumbled the ball as he was diving for the end zone. It's just a question of, he definitely fumbled it before he reached the end zone. That is not a question. The question is, did the ball go through the end zone for a touchback or out at the 1 yard line? This is a big potential swing for the Bengals. We'll wait for an update. What do you guys think? Tell me in the chat. Was that a fumble? It was definitely a fumble. But was it a touchback or was it out at the 1? Challenged on the play. Runner broke the plane. Play was reversed. James Cook up the middle for 1. Fumbles. Ball out of bounds at the Cincinnati 1. So they're going to take the penalty still. So the play was technically reversed, which means that Zach Taylor retains the challenge still because it was accurate. It was a fumble, but they ruled that the ball went out at the 1. Therefore, they will enforce the penalty still. 10 yards. First down and 16. So it won't be a touchback for the Bengals. Instead, it'll be exactly what it would have been before the challenge. I don't think there was any sort of look that guaranteed where that ball went out of bounds, which I certainly think that based on the looks that we had, it was outside the pylon. Doesn't matter. The penalty will be enforced. It'll be first down and 16. Big play by Joseph Osai, though. You got to give him credit for the hustle. This is back-to-back weeks now that Joseph Osai has had huge hustle plays down the field. If you'll remember, he made a big play last week against Derrick Henry also. So ball will be at the 30-yard line, first and 16 for the Bills. Allen back to pass. Under pressure, scrambles to the left. Osai chasing after him. Osai will dive, but he can't bring down the strong Allen. Allen will go head on with Barrett Carter, who will force him out of bounds. And it'll be second down. The holding penalty happened ahead of the line of scrimmage, so you're penalized from where the foul occurred, not from where the penalty not from where the ball was previously. So it'll be first down and 16 because the penalty occurred 4 yards ahead of the line of scrimmage. So that makes it first down and 16 because you're 10 yards from the spot of the foul, which made it first and 16, not first and 20. So now it'll be second down and 9 from the 22. Allen looking to pass. Throws left, incomplete, intended for Ty Johnson, makes it third and 9. Flag on the play, though. Illegal contact on the defense. Gives it yet another free first down. Illegal hands to the face on Dax Hill. He's matched up one-on-one with Keon Coleman. Oh, that's not hands to the face. Get out of here. That was terrible. Dax Hill put his hands into the guy's shoulder. The guy pushed his hands up into his own face. That was terrible. And the flag came from the back judge 20 yards down the field. Bills will have a first down. James Cook gets the handoff on the right side of the line. Super chat from Ben Riley. Could you explain schematically what the issue is with us and tight ends? Man, that's a whole show in itself. But long story short, these linebackers who are typically lined up on tight ends can't cover for their weight in gold. Jokes aside, I'm curious about the technical details, why that is, if you could walk us through that. I mean, every play is different, but ultimately the tight ends are responsible for, or the linebackers are responsible for the tight ends and the running backs, and I just don't think that they have enough forethought and understanding of the play. Allen will hand off to Cook again on 2nd and 5. Cook will fight his way forward before being dragged down after a gain of 3. BJ Hill on the tackle. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Ultimately, the linebackers have to be prepared to guard either the running backs or out of the backfield or the tight ends in coverage, because a lot of times they're not necessarily running man defense. And so the linebackers have to be prepared for either one. And it leaves, when they're in zone, it leaves them susceptible to being picked on because they're in the middle of the field and the tight ends and the running backs are running around the outside typically. So that cuts it open. And then I just don't think that they have the spatial awareness. Allen, slant to Coleman. Good for the 1st down and more. Inside the 5-yard line is Coleman. DJ Turner gave Coleman a huge, huge cushion on that 3rd and 1 play. An easy 1st down for the Bills at the 2-yard line. Allen under center. Hands it off to Cook, who runs left. He fumbled it. Bengals have the ball in the end zone. Touchback Bengals. Oren Burks recovered it. They ran the turnover play. James Cooks fumbles for the 2nd time in the drive. This time the Bengals come away with it in the end zone. The defense stands up and gets a big turnover. DJ Turner forces the fumble. Oren Burks falls on it, and the Bengals will take over. Touchback, 1st down going the other way. Ben, don't break defense. Wow. That was big. How about that? Twice at the 1-yard line, James Cook fumbles. First time it went out of bounds was negated by a holding penalty. 2nd time goes into the end zone and the Bengals get the ball. Cedric Johnson had him wrapped up, but DJ Turner came in and absolutely jarred that ball loose. We'll see I can actually run it back and just double check, but I'm pretty confident that that's what happened. Here we go. Let's see. So Cedric Johnson had him Jordan Battle had him wrapped up, and then DJ Turner came in and stripped him away. So Jordan Battle tackled him in the backfield. DJ Turner stripped him, and Oren Burks recovered it. We appreciate you, Nate. Appreciate you taking the power of the universe and using it for good. What a big play by the Bengals. 46 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Bengals lead 21-18. Bengals will take over after the touchback at the 20-yard line. Meanwhile, Baltimore is on the board again. Isaiah Likely with the touchdown pass. They trail now the Steelers 20-16, 7:35 to go in the 3rd quarter there in Baltimore. That's a toss-up for Bengals fans. I think A lot of people want the Ravens to win that one, but both teams sit at 6-6. Bengals have another shot at the Ravens, which is why you potentially are cheering for them. Both teams, you need them to lose 3 times to be able to get into the playoffs. So just a matter of who you think is more likely to lose 3 times. Ben Riley with the super chat. So it's lack of experience, basically. Like Sherlock would say, they see but don't observe, or they know but don't notice. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I also think that a big piece of it is just not quick. Like ultimately, the tight ends and the running backs are typically much quicker than your linebackers, and so if they get past you, the ability for you to play catch up is not good with these guys. So. There's a lot of things that go into it, but nonetheless. Here we go. Bengals take over at their own 20-yard line. Mitchell Tinsley into the game for the Bengals. They'll fake the handoff to Brown. Burrow escapes pressure, then throws to the right, and it's out of the reach of Jamar Chase again on the sideline. Jamar Chase showing a little bit of frustration as that ball falls out of reach. There's a flag on the play. And it's going to be defensive holding. And so you asked for the refs to give the Bengals a little bit of love, and there you go. Taron Johnson called for the holding on the play, and he was holding Jamar Chase, which is why Chase was frustrated. So I thought maybe Chase was frustrated at the throw, but no, he was frustrated at Taron Johnson holding him. I don't know how far behind I am. I've got 40 seconds left on the clock, 19, 18, 17 on the play clock. I'm watching on stream, so that might be why you're ahead. You might be actually watching on actual cable. Burrow in shotgun. Handoff goes to P. Ryan up the middle, and P. Ryan's got a hole, and he goes out, gain of 9, tackled on the play by Cole Bishop. Nice run by P. Ryan on 1st and 10. You're on ads for the end of the third quarter already? Oh, my God. Well, do they run another play, or is this the end of the quarter? Must be the end of the quarter. 2nd and 1. 10 seconds on the play on the game clock. Game clock is underneath the play clock, so Burrow will let the clock expire, and there we go. I'm sorry, I didn't. Am I live? I'm not live. That's why. Dang it. All right, well, now I'm on. That was on me. I rewinded to watch the fumble, and then I forgot to catch back up. So here we go, 4th quarter. I'm not in Cincinnati, Blackmore. I can't watch on Fox 19. And because the game is on here locally, I can't watch on Red Zone. So I'm on Fox 1. But I appreciate you, Jade. It was definitely on me. Signed up for a 7-day free trial of Fox 1. And I'll be sure to cancel it right after this game. But hold up your 4s. Let me get your 4s in the chat. Big 4th quarter coming for this Bengals team. Get your 4s up. Toyotathon is on. Did you know you can lease a Corolla LE for just $199 a month? All right, we're back from commercial. Am I closer now? Walter Payton Man of the Year nominees: Ted Karras, Deion Dawkins. 4, 4, 4, 4. No free ads. 500 of you in the chat. Make sure you give the stream a like if you haven't already. Also, Bengals back on the field, 35-yard line. It's 2nd and 1. Burrow hands to P. Ryan. P. Ryan's got a 1st down and more out close to the 40. He'll be down at the 39. Gain of 5 on the play for another Cincinnati Bengals. 1st down. If you're just joining us, appreciate you tuning in. Bengals lead 21-18 as we start the fourth quarter. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you go to chatterboxsports.com/shop. Get your creator tee this holiday season. Black Friday sale ends on the 10th. Only 3 days left. I'm about a 40-second behind. 14, 20, 19, 18, 17. Burrow with the quick pass to Jamar Chase across the end. Chase will gain 4 on the jet pass, whatever you want to call that. He'll pick up 5. It'll be 2nd down and 5 from there. Jamar Chase just 2 catches for 18 yards on the day. Burrow now 14 of 21 for 135. Burrow back to pass. A lot of pressure coming, but he's got Gesicki across the chains for another Cincinnati Bengals. 1st down. You guys are definitely ahead of me. I see you in chat giving me the 1st down before I see it, so I'm going to background you here for a second and make sure. But yeah, Gesicki with the catch, gain of 6 on the play. Gesicki having a nice day here for the Bengals. Gesicki with 3 catches for 33 yards now. Burrow now under center. Hands the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown nowhere to go. Met at the line of scrimmage by Cole Bishop. Maybe gains 1 on the play. Higgins is he had a good first half, hasn't done much in the second half, dropped 2 passes. But he's got 4 for 49 and a touchdown. So if you're talking fantasy, you got 14.9 points out of T. Play clock expiring. Burrow doesn't like what he sees from the Bills defense, and he'll use his first time out of the second half. I think that one was on Burrow, not on Zach Taylor, though. And the Steelers, Jalen Warren into the end zone for a touchdown. Steelers came to play today. Jalen Warren with the 39-yard touchdown reception. I think this. Look, I'm the first one to criticize Taylor when it happens too. Don't get me wrong, but I think Burrow saw the pressure coming from the Bills, didn't like what he saw, and decided to call a timeout. He had 3 seconds on the play clock still, and decided that he didn't like it. That's okay. If you don't like what you see, I'm okay with it. I don't like it when it's play clock running out and you're scrambling, but I think in that scenario that wasn't the case. Burrow back to pass. He's got Andre Yoshivas. And Yoshi will be tackled short of the 1st down marker. It'll be 3rd and probably 3 or 4. Tackled on the play by Cole Bishop again. 3rd down and 4 officially. 11:50 to play in the game. Burrow motion sample back into the backfield. Looking to pass, and it's blown dead before the play. Bills call their first timeout. So Bengals and Bills have both now used a timeout here in the second half, in the fourth quarter. I am live now, so I know I was behind before. That was on me. Look. First one to take the blame when I mess up, and that was on me. But I think we're closer now. I think we're closer. You guys are still ahead of me. That's okay. Couple seconds. Feel free to pause your TV and watch along with me. Nobody wants to listen to the broadcast anyway. Seems like a good time to remind you about the Omaha Steak Sizzle All the Way sale. 50% available all site-wide. Use code Chatterbox at checkout and get an extra $35 off your order. Great time to be ordering your Christmas gifts, Hanukkah gifts. Hanukkah starts next week. OmahaSteaks.com. Code Chatterbox at checkout. 50% off site-wide and $35 off extra. Joseph Osai has a right shin injury. His return is questionable. Again, 500 plus of you in chat. If you haven't already, please drop a like. Subscribe to the channel. You can follow us on social media at Cbox Sports. Let's take a look at some of the stat leaders for today's game. Bengals lead 21-18, 11:35 to play. Burrow is 16 of 23, 147 yards and 2 touchdowns. That means he's only thrown for 12 yards in the second half. He had 135 in the first. Going to need to get him going here in the fourth quarter if the Bengals want to win this one. Samaje Perine, 6 carries, 31 yards. Chase Brown, 10 for 16 and a touchdown. Good for only 1.6 yards per carry. T. Higgins has 4 for 49 and a touchdown. Mike Gesicki, 3 for 33. Jamar Chase, 2 for 18. Yoshi, 2 for 17. Chase Brown, 3 for 12 out of the backfield and a touchdown. Tanner Hudson completed that guy's parlay, 1 for 11. Samaje Perine, 1 for 7. Big story, though. James Cook, fumble lost at the goal line, gives the Bengals the ball. Josh Allen, 18 of 22, 189 and 2 touchdowns. James Cook, 15 of 70 for 72 on the ground. We're back in action now. Burrow out of shotgun, looking left, throws it towards Chase, and he's got him for the first down. Chase had Cam Lewis on him, picked up the first down, and moves the chains. Gain of 5 on the play, just what the Bengals needed. Nice route by Chase. For Cincinnati Bengals, first down. I wouldn't mind a little elongated drive. I know they have the ball at the 38 already, but if this is one of those drives that takes another 5 minutes, I'm not going to be mad at it. Burrow swings it out to Chase on the flat. Chase makes a man miss and then gains 4 before being tackled by Taron Johnson. It'll be 2nd and 6. Chase kind of slowly walking to the huddle after that one. Not sure if he tweaked something or what, but keep an eye on that. He's wide left now next to Gesicki. T. Higgins at the bottom of the screen, wide right. Burrow in shotgun, Chase Brown next to him. Burrow back to pass. Throws right, intended for T. Higgins, and incomplete. 3rd and 6. Next Gen Stats says the Bengals have a 76% win probability at this point. I like that, but I'd like it to be 100. Third down and 6, 10 minutes and 10 seconds to play. Bengals are 8 for 10 on third down this game. This is a big one. 3rd and 6 from the 34. If you don't gain anything, it's a 50-plus yard field goal from here. Pressure coming by the Bills. Burrow throws over the middle. He's got T. Higgins who bobbles it and then brings it down. That's the 3rd time T. Higgins has bobbled the ball. Picks up a first down. He's mad at himself, but end of the day, he got the first down, and that's what's important. Burrow had a lot of pressure coming. Bengals O-line did a good job stepping up. And Higgins probably could have ran a lot longer had he not bobbled it, but And he fell and hit his head on the grass again, but I couldn't tell if he was hurt there or if he was just upset with himself. Higgins now 5 for 68. Bengals handed off to Chase Brown up the middle. Brown down to the 12-yard line for a gain of 4. And Shedeur Sanders is picked off by the Titans. Browns lead 17-14, but the Titans just intercepted Shedeur Sanders, Xavier Woods. It's 2nd down and 7. Bengals ball at the 12. Burrow and shotgun, 9 seconds on the play clock as he looks over the defense. Bills showing pressure. They bring pressure. Burrow scrambles, gets away. Mike Gesicki wide open in the back of the end zone. Do the gritty, young man. Mike Gesicki leaked out, and Taron Johnson couldn't stick with him, and Mike Gesicki finds the end zone for the Bengals. Gesicki was lined up right side where the Bills brought a lot of that pressure. And Gesicki just simply ran across the field, and Taron Johnson couldn't stay with him, and Mike Gesicki is in for the into the end zone. Evan McPherson's kick. Is up and good. Bengals lead by 10, 28-18. And you know what that Mike Gesicki touchdown means. You get to hear my beautiful singing voice yet again. Here we go. Hear that Bengal growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Get some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We've got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna ever let us down. Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think gonna beat them Bengals? Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Big time touchdown from Mike Gesicki. Got a couple super chats that came in while I was not looking, so appreciate the support there. Noah Downing. I'm listening at work. Thanks for the stream. We got the vibes going. Yes, we do, Noah. Bengals looking to win their 2nd straight with Joe Burrow back under center. Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate the super chat. Ben Riley. F word. Team T seems to be playing concussed. If only we knew how long the brain injuries take to heal. Regardless, those drops are uncharacteristic. For sure. And he's dropped 2 plus bobbled a couple more. And I know he's frustrated with himself for sure, I'm sure. And but Joe Burrow continues to go to him. He's leading the way in terms of receptions. So appreciate you with the super chat and turning in. We'll see if he continues in this one or not. Question about the Myles Garrett sack number over in Cleveland. Tennessee just got a touchdown from Tony Pollard, his 2nd of the day. He's got 17 carries, 152 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Who expected that one? Titans lead 21-17. Myles Garrett on the day, 1 sack. 1 sack. Bengals lead 28-18, 8:44 to go in this game. Bills returning the ball at the right sideline out to the 30, and they'll be gang tackled there, brought down around the 32-yard line. Bills offense will take over there. Catching up now on the chat. Appreciate everybody being active in this one and hanging out with us. Over 500 of you in the chat. Please keep T on the sidelines. He just got his head smashed off the ground after that catch again. They're showing the touchdown again to Gesicki, and it was a nice play by Burrow. He felt the pressure, worked his way out. All right, Nate's calling for a third turnover play. We'll see if we can get it. Allen is going to start in shotgun. Throws right. And was he in bounds? Tyrell Shavers will be called inbounds for the catch and a first down. Bills will go hurry up here. Ball's out at the 48-yard line. Allen tosses it out to Kincaid on the screen pass. Kincaid works his way forward. He's gaining 13 on the play before he's brought down by Barrett Carter. 8 minutes to go. Bengals with a 2-possession lead. Ball already at the Bengals 40-yard line. 2 plays into the drive. Allen back to pass again. Looking deep over the middle of the field, and it's almost intercepted. Jordan Battle had it in his hands. Dalton Kincaid was the intended target, and Battle couldn't bring it down. The ball was definitely behind Kincaid on Allen, but Battle with a nice play. He broke for that ball. I tell you what, Kincaid's upset at thought he got contact, which he definitely did, but that ball was poorly thrown, and Jordan Battle was clearly going for the ball. Could have had it. It'll be second down and 10 from the 40. Bengals bring pressure. Cedric Johnson can't get him, though, and Josh Allen's going to rush this one all the way in. Cedric Johnson had a clear look at Josh Allen, and he couldn't bring him in. And Josh Allen, once got past the blitz, just had the entire field to go. There was nobody left. Bengals brought basically the entire left side of the field, and Josh Allen evaded Cedric Johnson, and DJ Turner didn't even turn to find him. By the time he did, it was too late, and Josh Allen scrambles for a touchdown of his own. Extra point is up and good. And then Bengals lead is back down to 3. Josh Allen untouched. 40-yard touchdown scramble for the quarterback. While my fantasy team appreciates that, my real-life team does not. So if we could not do that again, Josh, that would be ideal. Uh, 1 minute, 11 seconds, 4 plays. Not good enough. Not good enough. For sure. Yep, this is one of those drives. You need to milk the clock, but also don't want to get complacent and just run the ball. Got to stay aggressive, get the balance. Zach Taylor has a tendency in situations like this to want to try and run the ball or take screen passes and not pick up the necessary yards. So got to stay aggressive while also trying to milk a little bit of the clock. Part of that falls on Joe Burrow, obviously, taking his time in between plays. And yeah, Cedric Johnson had a clear shot at Josh Allen, but Ced couldn't bring him down. Josh Allen, 20 of 25, 217 yards and 2 touchdowns through the air. Just added a 40-yard rushing touchdown to his resume as well. Cedric Johnson just whiffed. Complete whiff. And Joe Brady's smiling, knowing he's got one of the better quarterbacks in the league. That's all right. The Bengals have Joe Burrow and a 28-25 lead, 7:33 on the clock. Sure would be nice to have like a 5+ minute touchdown drive here from the Bengals. Fielded by Charlie Jones at the 10-yard line. He'll bring it up the right-hand side out to the 33-yard line. Tackled there. Bengals will take over there with 7:27 to go. Let's go, chat. Can I get a hooday? Can I get a hooday? Jade says we can't make any mistakes. I'm so scared. Don't play scared. Play confident. You've got Joe Burrow. 27th game with 3+ touchdowns through the air for Burrow, most in Bengals history. He'll start this one with a play action pass, then rolls out, finds Noah Fant for the first down, jumps over the defender and picks up an extra 4. He jumped over Jordan Poyer, picked up a first down. Take your time, Joe. Joe signaling to the sideline like maybe he lost signal again. Super chat from Ben Riley. I mean, in today's league, I'd be afraid to tackle QBs too. JB needs good protection. Like, imagine if he had a consistent average 3 seconds. Anyway, Zach Taylor needs to demonstrate why McVay liked him. This is a big drive for Zach Taylor. And for Joe Burrow, for that matter. 10 seconds on the play clock. Motion Mitchell Tinsley into the line. Hand off to Chase Brown. He runs right. Spin move made one man miss. Can't make another man miss, and he'll gain 3 on first down. He made Poyer miss, and Burrow will run to the sideline and change helmets. Must have lost communication again. If you saw the pregame, or I guess it wasn't pregame, but the new episode of the Peyton Manning show on site or whatever it's called. He went to Cincinnati and met with Joe Burrow, talked about a game last year where he lost communication in his headset and had to call a couple plays by himself. Burrow looking to throw again. He's got Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase makes a man miss. Jordan Poyer couldn't bring him down, and Chase is all the way out past the Bills' 35-yard line. There's a flag on the play, though. To the face on the defense is declined. It was on Larry Ogunjobi. And the Bengals are in business again. Jamar Chase might have had his face mask pulled by Poyer too. But that wasn't called. Ball at the 33-yard line. Burrow under center. 5 to go on the play clock. Oh, no. Oh, no. Burrow looking for a screen pass to Jamar Chase, and it's picked off. Christian Benford runs it back for a touchdown. I don't know if Burrow just lost his grip on that one or if he was trying to pull it down after seeing Benford rushing, but he was looking to get a screen pass to Jamar Chase, and it just bobbled out of his hand and straight to Christian Benford. And Benford ran it all the way back for a Bills touchdown. Ugh. First interception for Burrow on the year, goes back for a touchdown the opposite way. What happened? I don't think he ever really got a firm grip on that ball, but he saw Benford coming and was trying to get the ball up over top of Benford and to Jamar Chase because Jamar Chase was uncovered on the play. Just didn't get it high enough, and Benford made a nice play on it, and Burrow couldn't tackle him. Jamar Chase tried to run him down, but couldn't catch up to Benford, and that might be the difference in this one. We'll see. Matt Prater's extra point is up and good, and the Bills have a 4-point lead. Bengals are going to need a touchdown if they want to win this one. I don't think that was getting cute. Was that a protection issue? No, I don't think so. I think that was a Burrow issue. Joe messed that one up. Benford was coming with pressure off the edge. Burrow saw it. Bills brought 5. And he tried to get it out to Jamar Chase, who was completely uncovered. Matt Milano was sprinting out to the outside to try and cover Chase, and instead, Christian Benford made the pickoff. Unreal. Didn't look like a clean pass from Joe, for sure. But the Bengals will have the ball with 5:25 to go. Jones fields it at the 12. Charlie Jones has a hold to the left, but closed up quickly. Jordan Hancock on the tackle. Bengals will take over at the 32. 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Bengals need a touchdown. 32-28. Bills lead on the defensive touchdown from Christian Benford. Ball at the 34. Burrow and shotgun. Looking to pass. Ball's no. Knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Intercepted by A.J. Epinesa. And Joe Burrow's picked off on back-to-back passes. And it is absolutely fallen apart. Jordan Phillips got his paw on it, and it bounced up and right to A.J. Epinesa. Burrow was looking for Jamar Chase and couldn't get it to him. Bills will take over at the 29-yard line. A touchdown will just about ice this one. They've got a 4-point lead as it is. James Cook takes the handoff up the middle. Big gain. Fights his way forward all the way to the 20-yard line. Near the first down marker. Flag on the play, though, and an injured Bengal on the play. Holding is the call against the Bills. That'll move them back 10 yards. That'll help. But Geno Stone is down injured on the play. Super chat. WTF is going on? I mean, do we run it there? That's crazy. I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily have a problem with the play call. I mean, it's tough because Jamar Chase was open. You could see it on the replay. Jamar Chase was open. Jordan Phillips just made a nice play, got his paw up in there and knocked it back. I mean, the first one was on Joe. The second one was on the Bills defense. I mean, it's tough, but I don't think either one of them is on Zach. Look, I'm sure we'll start the conversation now of how did the Bengals get in despite a loss? And there were people out there who are already put together a couple of situations where that is entirely possible. So I'm not going to sit here and write off the Bengals after a loss to the Bills, but that's tough. Both interceptions were nice plays by the Bills. I mean, even a terrible pass by Joe, don't get me wrong, but Benford made a nice play to be able to intercept it. And then on the second one, Jordan Phillips made a nice play to knock it up. And then AJ Epinesa came away with it. Like, just a terrible swing of 3 plays there for the Bengals. You go Josh Allen rushing touchdown, Joe Burrow interception, and then a Joe Burrow interception. And now here we are. Bengals defense back out on the field. 5 minutes to play in this one. Bills lead 32-28. It's first down and 20 at the 39-yard line. Bills motion Shakir. Allen back to pass. Throws it over the middle. He's got his tight end, Dawson Knox, who's got the first down and more inside the 10-yard line. Man, what an absolute gut punch that was. You go from top of the world and just a terrible 2 minutes of football. Bengals scored a touchdown to start the third quarter on a 12-play, 80-yard drive. James Cook rushes up the middle, tackled around the 4-yard line. Second and goal. Get that touchdown, 12 plays, 80-yard, 7-minute drive. And then the Bills immediately answer, a minute 11, 4 plays, 68 yards. It's 28-25. And then you get the fourth play of the next drive, Joe Burrow interception, pick 6. Bills take the lead. Very next play, Joe Burrow interception. And now the Bills are driving again. Ball inside the 5-yard line, second and goal. Clock ticking, 3:30 left to play here in the fourth. Second and goal from the 4. Can you get yet another turnover? Maybe another fumble from James Cook. They do give the ball to Cook. And Geno Stone makes the tackle after a gain of 1. It'll be third and goal from the 3. Can the Bengals defense keep the Bills offense out of the end zone? And then the other question is, what do the Bills do if they can't get in the end zone here? Fourth and goal inside the 5-yard line. Will the Bills kick the field goal, or will they try and go for a touchdown and put this one out of reach? Field goal puts them up 7. Touchdown obviously puts them up 11 in 2 possessions. Decision to be made for Sean McDermott if they can't pick up the touchdown here. James Cook up to 77 yards on the ground today. 4.5 yards per carry. It's third down and goal. 3:17 to play. Bengals burned a timeout to stop the clock. Bills bringing in a jumbo package. What does Joe Brady dial up here? Do they keep it on the ground? Do they go play action? Maybe a tight end. Allen, play action. Bootleg right. Pump fakes. And throws it. Dawson Knox in the end zone. On the sideline is ruled a touchdown. Allen, naked bootleg. Just as he was about to go out of bounds, find Dawson Knox on the sideline, and that's not a touchdown. That's going to be incomplete for sure. That's a terrible call that they even called that a touchdown to begin with. Dawson Knox never had possession of that ball until he was well out of bounds. That's going to be reviewed and overturned, and the Bills are going to have a decision to make on 4th and 3. That's absolutely incomplete. Ben Riley, well, there's always next year. Nope, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. No catch. 3rd down is ruled incomplete, so it'll be 4th and goal from the 3-yard line. 3 minutes and 9 seconds to play. Bills lead by 4. 4th and goal from the 3. What does Sean McDermott do? Sending Josh Allen back out there. Big play for the Bengals defense right here. If you keep the Bills out of the end zone, you give your offense a chance to win the game. And you better believe Joe Burrow wants another chance. Here we go. It's 4th down. Big play. Bills bring in their fullback. It's Reggie Gillum. Josh Allen, play action, looking to pass. Pump fakes left, brings it down, now throws it, and it's Hawes. Jackson Hawes wide open in the end zone, no question about that one. And now you can go ahead and say it's over. Wait, no, just a little skirmish afterwards. TJ Sladen getting into it with one of the Bills players. Allen had all day. When they needed it most, the Bengals couldn't get any pressure. And I mean, how could they? They only brought 3.5 rushers. I mean, they kept Carter on as a spy on Allen, it looked like, and absolutely nobody had Jackson Hawes. Prater's kick is good. Bills lead by 11, 39-28. Unreal. Absolute collapse at the end. Burrow with 2 turnovers. Defense just completely unorganized. They had 3 guys going with the fullback and left Jackson Hawes completely wide open. Literally 3 defenders went with frickin' Reggie Gilliam out of the backfield and just left Jackson Hawes completely uncovered. A guy who had touchdowns, multiple touchdowns coming into this one. And the Bills faithful are celebrating. 21 points in the last 4 minutes and 30 seconds will do that. Charlie Jones will field it at the 5. Bring it back up towards the middle of the field, and he'll bring it out past the 30, out to the 33, where he's tackled by Dorian Williams, and the Bengals will come back out on offense. 2:57 left to play in the 4th. Bengals need a quick touchdown and an onside kick. Only one timeout remaining. Those 2 interceptions loom large for Burrow. What a gut punch. Here we go. 2:57 to play. Burrow back to pass. Throwing deep to the right. He's got Gesicki downfield, and Gesicki is all the way down to the Bills' 30-yard line. Big pickup on the first play of the drive. 37 yards for Gesicki. And it's exactly what the Bengals needed. They need a quick score. Bengals in hurry up. Burrow dumps it off to Gesicki. Gesicki running out of bounds, gets out of bounds. Clock will stop with 2:25 to go. Breaking news from college football. We'll get to in just a second. Burrow back to pass, throwing deep down the right-hand side. He's got Chase Brown, but he can't bring it in. Nice play. Cam Lewis breaks it up. Breaking news out of college football. Notre Dame has announced that as a team, they've decided to withdraw their name from consideration for bowl game following the 2025 season. Appreciate all the support from our families and fans, and we're hoping to bring the 12th national title to South Bend in 2026. That is shocking news after Notre Dame, probably the first team out of the college football playoff. Now they won't play in a bowl game at all. That is wild breaking news. Burrow back to pass on 3rd and 6, going deep down the right sideline. He's got T. Higgins, man draped all over him, but T. Higgins brings it in one-handed in the end zone. Touchdown, T. Higgins. Bengals will have to go for 2. Tre'Davious White was all over T. Higgins. I don't know how there was not a flag on that play, but T. Higgins just on a simple go route runs right by Tre'Davious White and somehow didn't get the flag, but one-handed catch because that's all he had. Tre'Davious White had his other hand. He couldn't even bring it up if he wanted to. But T. Higgins into the end zone, and before the 2-minute warning hits, the Bengals have a touchdown. 34-39, 2-point attempt coming. Burrow in shotgun with Chase Brown to his left. He's got T. Higgins at the top of the screen. Man defense with Tre'Davious White. Burrow looking right. Scrambles to the left. Scrambles up the middle. Scrambles. Oh, he fumbled it. Bengals will fail on the 2-point conversion. Burrow fumbling the ball as he was scrambling around trying to find a receiver. And it'll be 34-39, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. The Bengals will need another touchdown. Another super chat in from Ben. I think the failed pass to T before the half is what got us. Every drive needed an answer. Yep. I think there's a lot of stuff that goes into this. But here we go. Bengals, I have to assume, are going to try for an onside kick here. They only have 1 timeout and the 2-minute warning remaining, so you could theoretically kick it away and try and stop Josh Allen and the Bills, but Josh Allen's 22 of 28 for 251 and 3 touchdowns on the day. Now would certainly be a good time for one of those classic Josh Allen turnovers, but I don't know if they're even going to throw the ball if they get the ball, so need a turnover. Need it bad. James Cook fumbles. He's got 4 fumbles in the last 2 games. Josh Allen throws interceptions. We know that. Bengals will line up, though, to kick it deep. 1 timeout, 2:13 on the clock. Bold decision to kick it away here. But Bills' offense has been humming. So here we go. Bengals defense needs a big turnover, or at least 3 big stops. Have to question whether or not the Bills will put the ball in Josh Allen's hand, James Cook's hands. Will they run the ball with Josh Allen? What will they do? Will not be surprised if we get a play action bootleg run from Josh Allen at some point on this drive. We'll start with Allen under center. Hands it to Cook. Up the middle. Cook falls forward for 3 out to the 33-yard line. And we are at the 2-minute warning. Zach Taylor decides to save his timeout for under the 2-minute warning. And so here we go. 2 minutes to play. Bengals trail 34-39. I need some predictions here. What do y'all think? Can we get a turnover? Can we get a stop? Can we get the ball back? Let me know. What do you guys think? What do you think in the chat? 600 of you in here. I need some predictions. Zero faith in this defense to get a stop here. I don't love to see that, Lane. I don't love to see that. Don't let the Bills defense back on the field. Do something, anything. Less than 0. Very disappointing going for a 10-point lead and we do nothing but throw interceptions. Yep. We need a turnover, not even a stop. Pick 6 coming. That would require them to throw the ball. WTI Trader says Al Golden needs to be one and done. Josh is not going to throw. Doesn't look good, but I'm hopeful. Titans get a field goal from Joey Sly. They extend their lead, 31-17 over the Browns. So it looks like the Browns will fall to 1-12. Meanwhile, Ravens have the ball down 22-27. They've got Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers now working his way down the sideline, inside the 20, down to the 14. Steelers lead that one 27-22, but the Ravens have the ball with 3:20 to play. I think we need a new defense to be consistent. I think we need a defense, that is for sure. Geno Stone pick 6, please. That would be nice. Was the second pick on Joe Burrow. The defensive lineman made a nice play through the, basically tipped the ball at the line of scrimmage, knocked it straight up. He had Jamar Chase wide open, but the Bills defender made a nice play. Jordan Phillips knocked it up, and then Christian Benford made the actual interception. Or not Christian Benford, AJ Epinesa made the interception. Here we go, 2 minutes, 2nd and 7. Josh Allen under center. Motion is Tyrell Shavers. Allen looking to throw. Bengals sack him back at the 24-yard line. They were looking to throw it, and Josh Allen had nowhere to go, and the Bengals will use their final timeout with 1:54 to go. Geno Stone in there. Joseph Osai in there again. And the Bengals get a big sack to make it 3rd and long. Bengals will use their final timeout, 1:54. It'll be 3rd and 15. Tight end catch for the first down incoming. Oh my God, please don't. Please don't. I'm big on signing Osai. He's definitely looked better over the last 3 or 4 weeks. I'll give him that. But I think he's got some more to prove before we're ready to just hand him a contract extension. DJ Turner now lined up across from Kincaid. Allen in the backfield in shotgun. 3 seconds on the play clock. Motions out to Kincaid. Allen back to pass on 3rd and 15. Bengals get pressure again. Allen's going to run. Don't let him get it. Oh, and he's going to pick up the first down, and that's going to do it. Josh Allen will slide down after a gain of 18 on 3rd and 15. Third and 15 from the 25, and the Bengals just left the middle of the field wide open. Had nobody on Josh Allen, and Geno Stone tried to tackle him short of the line to gain, but couldn't do it. And Josh Allen slides down, out past the 40. And this one will end. Just like that. Josh Allen will kneel it down a couple times. And the Bills will win 39-34. 2 Joe Burrow interceptions proved to be the difference. Oh, man. Just left the middle of the field completely wide open. Josh Allen will kneel it down one more time, and that will do it. Bills win. 39-34 is your final from Buffalo. Stick around. Reed Mouse, Casey McAllister, Stone Shield standing by at Smoke Justice to give you all the live post-game reaction from this one. Joe Burrow's 2 interceptions proved costly, including a pick 6. Bills win 39-34. Let's send it to Covington and Smoke Justice. Boys, it's all you. Maybe.
Well, hello and welcome in. Reed Mouse, Casey McAllister. 39-34, final score here. We are live at Smoke Justice here in Covington, Kentucky. It was a game in which the Cincinnati Bengals were in firm control pretty much from the opening drive. And everything flipped on the dime in the most Cincinnati Bengals way possible. In the most Cincinnati Bengals way possible, a weird play in which Joe Burrow tried to huck it over a defensive player. It was returned for a pick 6. And then the next play was another interception. And then from then on out, the Bengals were out of the game and essentially out of any aspirations to make the postseason. Like I said, it was a game in which the Bengals, for the great majority of the contest, were in firm control, but it was one that slipped away in only the way that the Cincinnati Bengals could. It's almost like, Casey, as I welcome you in here, Joe Burrow giveth and Joe Burrow taketh. He was perfect, borderline perfect for 95% of the game. But there was 2 plays and back-to-back possessions, the pick 6 and then the batted ball, and that's why the Bengals lost today.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have put it any better. I mean, I think both plays really just kind of shocked Burrow, to be honest with you. They weren't really running a lot of screens, especially Jamar's way, of all things. But Benford, give credit to him. I mean, he just jumped on that ball. And immediately, I mean, he whether that was the defensive coordinator calling a perfect blitz at the right time, on the right side, that just so happened that he makes a play, or he saw something in film and just jumped on it, kudos to him. That pick 6 unbelievable on their side of the defense. And then the following play, Joe Burrow, just really unlucky, man. How many times has a ball been deflected in his career and it ended up being
early in his career? A lot.
As of late, not much, I guess. And
well, he hasn't played a whole lot as of late, but yes. So here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say, Casey. We as Bengals fans, we do this a lot, and it's understandably why. They have, throughout the history of Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, he has made game-winning play after game-winning play. He's taken us to heights that we had never seen before, which is, first off, winning a playoff game, and then 5 playoff wins, Super Bowl, back-to-back AFC championship games. And we know that when Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins are out on the field, this team's elite. This offense is elite, and we saw that for the great majority of the game. But we do make excuses over and over again for Joe Burrow. There's a lot of plays in which the Bengals didn't execute well enough. You can look at that final play where Josh Allen runs. It's 3rd and 15. They drop back to pass. All we have to do is either elicit an incomplete pass or just take Josh Allen down before the line to gain, and this game can continue on. At least the Bengals have the ball in their hands, down a touchdown, a chance to win the game. But, of course, the linebackers don't make the play. Josh Allen rushes for 40 yards the play before the drive before we have the pick 6, which goes for a touchdown. So this defense failed them in the second half as well. But it just proves what I have said ever since the story came out about Joe Burrow coming back early. Where the Bengals were, and this Bengals team as a unit, their margin for error, Casey, is so small. It is minuscule. It is minute. It is borderline. You can't even see it on a microscope. That's their margin for error day to day. We're here live at Smoke Justice in Covington, Kentucky. We did a full watch along. It was great. Their margin for error is so small that even Joe Burrow, who was perfect for 90% of the game, he makes a mistake on 2 consecutive plays, huge mistakes that they are, a pick 6 and throwing it into a defensive lineman's hands that eventually gets picked off. Those are enough to overturn what was otherwise a dominating performance from the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, unfortunately. They weren't able to stop anything really all day. Big play after big play. This defense has shown time and time again that it cannot be trusted. They can't tackle. They got a turnover. 2 turnovers.
Yeah.
Or no, they got a turnover. I guess turnover on downs. I'm going to count that as a defensive win, but it just wasn't enough. This team really needs to find some cornerstone defenders to really just step up and make plays when they're needed, because it really did just come down to that 3rd and 15 play. You stop them there, and you give Joe Burrow another chance. They had just went down and scored, on like a minute drive maybe, the 2-minute drive.
Yep. So
I like Joe Burrow's chances with a minute left to go, and they just couldn't do it. They gave up a 20-yard run to Josh Allen. It just is really tough to put all the burden on Joe Burrow's shoulders, and the defense just time and time again puts them in positions where they're just not able to succeed.
All right, so here's the breakdown of what happened here in the second half, of how we got to this point. Joe Burrow completes a pass to Mike Gesicki for 12 yards, 8:44 to go in the fourth quarter to go up 25-17. When that happened, 28-18. Apologies, I got these scores all over. 28-18, 8:44 to go in the fourth quarter. When that happened, the Bengals' win probability of the game in the snow, up in Buffalo, at Highmark Stadium against a team that's 8-4 and hungry and trying to win the AFC East, was 92%. The only thing that could not happen for the Bengals to win that game was exactly what happened. The Bills go down and have a 4-play drive capped off by a 40-yard rush of Josh Allen, and took a minute and 11 seconds off the clock. We do this all the time. What do we do? Tick, 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 tick. You take a 2-possession lead in the fourth quarter. Your best friend is that clock. And their defense couldn't come up in those 4 plays to get a loss of yards, an incompletion. It was bingo, bango, bongo, into the end zone, makes it a 3-point game. The Bengals then return a pass to Noah Fant for 15 yards, a pass to Jamar Chase for 16 yards. They're in Buffalo's territory. And so many times on this show I've said, and I truly believe this, when all is said and done, Jamar Chase will go down as the greatest Bengal in the history of Cincinnati. That's including Anthony Munoz. I truly believe that Jamar Chase will go down as the greatest Bengal ever and one of the greatest wide receivers ever. And I say get the ball in his hands as frequently as possible, whether it's those little skip passes, screen plays, whatever it is, end arounds. We got to get the ball in Jamar Chase's hands. And the Buffalo Bills run a cornerback blitz, perfectly timed, and Joe Burrow tries to get a little entry pass, like a lob pass in basketball over top of the defender, returned. All right, still here, still a 1-score game. How do we respond? The next play, tipped at the line of scrimmage, turned over, and it was too tall of a task. And it's like I said, it's the margins for victory for the Cincinnati Bengals is so thin. But Casey, who in your mind, and I feel like we make excuses for Joe Burrow a lot, rightfully so. But we don't have the game we have today without Joe Burrow. We saw what it was the last few games with Joe Flacco. We saw what it was with a lot of games with Jake Browning. We're not in that game without Joe Burrow. Who does this loss ultimately fall on?
I mean, I think honestly, if Joe Burrow doesn't make that mistake, that pick 6 was brutal. I mean, that is the game-changing point. That is the point in which the lead changed, momentum changed significantly. Again, kudos to the Bills defense for making that sort of play, for being aggressive. But, man, if he just holds on to that ball, if he doesn't try to force it, try to make a play.
Correct. Hold on to it. Just take a knee.
Take a knee, take a sack, whatever. Maybe even try to run it. Who cares? If you don't throw that ball, that game is still in your control, and you can still try to make something out of nothing later on down the stretch. That to me is the turning point of this game. And again, unfortunate for Joe, the tip ball. It can go any way. It can go the offensive way. It can go the defensive way. It didn't. It went towards the Bills, and they made a great play again, intercepting him back-to-back plays. It's very reminiscent, I guess, of the Bears game in 2021.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that.
I'm glad it was 4 straight plays or 3 straight plays.
Yeah, it was back-to-back turnovers, Joe Burrow making critical mistakes. And, again, they weren't even in a position to win that game without Joe. But, again, when you're in a position like Joe where everything hinges on you being basically perfect, very similar to last year, the game can be in your control. And then and there it was in his control and fell out of his control very quickly.
Yeah, no, it was 1 or 2 really bad decisions. He made a bad pass in the first half that was well behind the receiver. But other than that, he was, just dropping dots everywhere. The pass to T. Higgins that kind of made the game a little more interesting. Some passes to Mike Gesicki. Like, Joe Burrow is truly one of the elite quarterbacks in the game, but he did make a mistake today, a really poorly timed, a really poorly sought-out play that lost the game for the Bengals. And listen, I asked you, I kind of put you in a bad spot. I said, who does this loss fall on? Because now this is the 9th loss of the season. The Bengals' playoff odds aren't dead, but they are certainly in hospice. And through the 9 losses to this point in the season, 8 of them, you can kind of just be like, man, this team's not good enough. Zach Taylor has put the team in a terrible position. But here we are in this one, and there's a couple plays where you go, all right, well, why can't we stop Josh Allen on 3rd and 15 to at least give us a chance? Why do we have to make that turnover? Why does Josh Allen go for 40 yards? And you got to remember, Josh Allen's maybe the best quarterback on the planet right now. Joe Burrow has something to say about that. But it just proves, and I said this earlier already on the postgame, just how small the margins are, which is why I was always cautious for getting overly excited, even with Joe Burrow coming back, that this team has a chance to make the postseason, because I just saw how thin everything, all the margins were. Joe Burrow played borderline perfect for 48 minutes, or 58 minutes. It was 2 plays, 2 decisions, in which lost the Bengals the game from the offensive side, and there was a lot from the defensive side, but we knew the defense was going to take their licks against Josh Allen and this defense, or that offense, because that's what this defense for the entire season has been, a historically bad and a hilariously bad defense at times. One of the worst in the history of the sport. So we knew this defense was going to act like that. It's hard. It's just hard to fathom this. I'll pivot to this. The NFL, game to game, week to week, team to team, season to season, almost every single game, it's the reason that the sport is as popular as it is. 3, 4, 5 plays are the difference makers in who wins and who loses. Today, as the loser, we can say, oh, it was the pick six. Oh, it was the turnover, the next play. Oh, it was letting Josh Allen go for the first down on 3rd and 15 when you're looking like you might be getting the ball back with a minute to play. But if we won this game today, the Bills, we say we win by 3 points. The Bills are looking at it like, oh, James Cook fumbled the ball in the end zone. James Cook fumbled the ball on the sideline a few plays prior to that. Oh, we had several stops in the red zone. Like there's a world, there's a universe in which the Bengals don't lose this game by 5 points. This Bengals team loses this game by 3 touchdowns if things fall the Bills' way. Not just if the things fall the Bengals' way, and they're winning this game. There's 5 plays that have a 20-point swing either way for this team, and it's just unfortunate because we understand that the margins are so thin, and it's frustrating. So now, where do we go from here? This Bengals team is now 4-9, and similar to where they play every single week, the margin to make the postseason, which is what the aspirations are because Joe Burrow is playing. The margin to make the postseason is incredibly thin. We're going to need both the Steelers and the Ravens to lose 9 games, and we're going to need to win out. Casey, I don't know where you were before the game because I hadn't talked to you about it a whole lot, about the Bengals having any opportunity to make the postseason, but where are you at sitting right now?
Well, as of this second, the Steelers just won 27-22 against Baltimore. That puts them at 7-6. Bengals sitting at 4-9. You would need Pittsburgh to lose at least 3 games, remainder of their season. And that, to me, is a really tall ask. They play Miami, they play Detroit, they play Cleveland, they play Baltimore again. And, by the way, they play Baltimore in Pittsburgh. They just beat Baltimore in Baltimore today. So, for me, my playoff aspirations are an all-time low. I probably gave myself some sort of fool's hope here entering in today, thinking that there was a chance, but clearly the defense is just not ready. It's just not put together enough to be able to put together a sustainable playoff run. So for me, my focus switches to evaluation mode. It switches to
right. Okay, so before we get into evaluation mode of what we did, let's ask this question.
Yeah.
Earlier this week, this team had kind of made waves because Zach Taylor assumingly got annoyed by Trey Hendrickson questions. Yeah. I don't know how many games Trey Hendrickson's played, but the Bengals, they didn't franchise tag him, but they didn't give him an extension. They gave him a pay raise.
Correct. Yeah.
They did not extend him. He had 1 year left on his thing. He said he wasn't going to play under that certain contract. They gave him $14 million extra to make it up to $30 million to play. And Trey Hendrickson is a guy on this team that you expect. What are edge rushers more than anything? When your team's leading late, they're able to get to the quarterback. They're able to put him down. They're able to win you that game. They're the closers. They're the Mariano Rivera's. They're the Emilio Pagans. They're whoever. Name a closer, the Bruce Sutter, the Lee Smith from old times, Billy Wagner, whatever. That's what Trey Hendrickson's supposed to do. And the head coach, who we both aren't super high on when it comes to Zach Taylor, he was getting annoyed by answering questions about Trey, and it started. You started reading through the tea leaves about saying, okay, is he upset? And we go, all right, is Trey Hendrickson actually healthy enough to play, and he's making a business decision? There's no way to know if Trey Hendrickson is healthy enough to play. But I think we understand that he is a selfish player. I don't think I'm going out on a ledge by saying that. I don't think I'm going out on a ledge at all by saying that, because he's shown that throughout his entire career. If he's healthy enough to play, then I don't think I'm also going too far out on a ledge and saying he lost us the game by not playing today.
Well, I mean, as a whole, the defense lost us the game. I don't think you can really blame it on one player. It's not fair of me to just blame it on Joe Burrow, despite it being that one significant play that completely changes momentum. I mean, I'm looking at the timeline here of all the plays. They did not punt one time. Every single time they had the ball, they were either in the red zone scoring a touchdown, or they, of course, fumbled it or had a turnover on downs. But, again, the defense, maybe you're right. Maybe it was because Trey didn't show up today and we needed our closer to come in and make a play. It's really unfortunate. We really won't know until we get more information. The Bengals are kind of closed-lipped on that sort of the conversation.
Sure.
The annoyance from Taylor's part is probably because he doesn't have an answer. He doesn't really have an update for us.
Or one that he doesn't want to share publicly.
So it's just like, until the end of the season, we really don't know what to make of Trey Hendrickson. Clearly, we've lost on that deal. If we're looking at our offseason retrospectively, we clearly lost on that deal.
There was a guy who was upset about that deal when it happened.
Yeah. I was not on that camp.
Yeah, you were very positive.
I was
of
very
the deal.
positive. Yeah,
because we got 2 weeks of practice for Trey Hendrickson, and now he's played 5 games this year. Yeah, here's what I'll say. Armani Brown in our chat just said this: you can't expect Joe Burrow to go out there and score on 90% of his drives every game and to win against every single team. That is absolutely true. There is absolutely no doubt. And for the first time this year, in games in which we're doing post games and we're talking about losses, we could typically, more often than not, pinpoint it as, Jake Browning played terrible today. Or, the defensive unit played terrible today. Or, why couldn't they stop Colston Loveland on a 57-yard play with 40 seconds to go? Once again, the defense played terrible. Or Joe Flacco didn't play well. Or there was always one point of focus that it made these post-game talks really easy to do, because you could just sit and complain and whine and moan about it all. Today, there's a little bit of nuance because, the defense didn't play well enough in the second half, as they haven't really all season long in the second half. One of the worst historically bad defenses in the second half all season long. But also, the starting quarterback, Joe Burrow, who is the best quarterback to probably ever lace up in stripes and might go down as one of the greatest, if not the greatest in franchise history, maybe Hall of Famer, and maybe the best in the league when he's playing. He's obviously hurt all the time. He was elite for 58 minutes or 95% of the snaps, but he made 2 really bad plays late in the game, which we have unfortunately seen before. That's the reason. So it's a really hard time. It's a really hard thing to talk about, is why is this Bengals team in the position that they're in at this current moment when we know that it's a multitude of facets. It's a multitude of things. One of them is, I don't think Zach Taylor's a fantastic coach. One of them is, I don't think Duke Tobin is pretty clearly a terrible evaluator of defensive talent, or at least with Zach Taylor in his ear hole, helping them pick or Lou Anarumo or Al Golden helping them pick guys like Miles Murphy and Shamar Stewart and McKinley Jackson. It's pretty clearly that's too. And we're clearly in this position because, the starting quarterback who is elite, who might be the best quarterback on the earth when he's playing, is hurt quite a bit. So you're sitting around wondering, why is this team 4-9 when they had aspirations to do much more, and they're likely going to be on the outside looking in of the postseason for the third consecutive year? And the simple question is, the blanket answer is, the organization as a whole just isn't top-notch. The ownership isn't very good. The player evaluation isn't very good. The player development isn't very good. In fact, the only two things that are very good are when the quarterback's playing and the offense and the offensive play caller are pretty good. Everything else is pretty below the belt. Casey, I don't know if you have any final points or anything else that you want to talk about when it comes to this game.
Yeah, just kind of looking back at what we said at the halftime show, all the things that needed to be done in order to win this ball game, they did exactly the opposite of all those things. They weren't able to run the ball. They weren't able to win the turnover battle. They weren't able to wrap up and limit the big plays from happening time and time again. Really, a lot of things stemming from the defense, and like you said, defensively, this group is just not good enough. It's not up to snuff. It's just not a playoff-worthy defense. And the fact that we have to sit here and kind of like pseudo blame Joe for two really bad plays, very fluky plays, might I add, for this loss is just. It's really just not fair to him, but it's the truth. And unfortunately, it all kind of goes back to the organization and how how poor their practices are. Unfortunately, we've got another 4 or 5 games left.
Right.
What do you play for at this point? I don't know. I'd like to see Joe Burrow keep playing, of course. Because I love him and I want to see more of him, especially healthy. But at some point, you got to think what's best for our future, and a better draft pick makes more sense.
Right.
We're in a weird spot now where there's a 1% chance that they can make it at this point.
Right. Yeah, we're going to need the Ravens, and Ravens have 7 losses. They're going to need 2 more losses. We're going to need the Steelers to lose 3 of their last 4 games in which we do not play the Steelers. And then we're going to need to win out on top of that. Not happening. That's a long way of saying it's not happening. I do want to get to a few chats. People were talking about Barrett Carter and Demetrius Knight and the linebacking crew. I've already said the fact that they were unable to get Josh Allen, one on that 40-yard touchdown run that put the Bills back into the game after we took a 10-point lead with 8 minutes to play. And then on 3rd and 15 with the Bengals getting a chance to get the ball back with a minute left, that's another terrible play in which the linebackers just point-blank have to come up with a play. Plays that we've seen Logan Wilson and Jermaine Pratt in years prior. And I was one of the first people to cast off Jermaine Pratt and Logan Wilson because linebackers in this league, They don't stick around more often than not for a long time, and I just thought those two hadn't played up to their pay scale, so I was cool with drafting new guys. Well, Barrett Carter has shown us absolutely nothing this year. He's shown us never a moment of that Barrett Carter kid can play a little bit. Demetrius Knight hasn't really either, but at least there's been a couple plays all right, that's a nice play from Demetrius Knight. Both players are 2 of the last players in PFF, Pro Football Focus, graded linebackers year to year. So it's almost like we're going to have to start over with the linebacking crew in which we tried this problem of, hey, let's get these young guys. Let's see what we can do. Secondly, I saw this guy. I saw this in the chat. Sports Fisher, 9677, said, garbage to claim Trey is selfish, but 3 guys are not for getting paid. Poor logic read. The difference there, because you are right, as someone that plays professional football, that is their job. And as a human being, if you're married, if you've got a family, your number one job as a professional should always be, I've got to take care of those who rely on me. Trey Hendrickson was doing that. T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow all got paid. I'm not calling Trey Hendrickson selfish for wanting to get paid. The reason I'm calling him selfish, and I will call him selfish, is because Joe Burrow has no reason to play right now. And what does he do? He comes back early from another injury, and he comes back to play. Jamar Chase, throughout his entire run, has proven to be a team player. So has T. Higgins. And T. Higgins has more often, a lot of times, had these soft tissue injuries where you're like, is he really hurt? What's going on there? But when he's healthy, he goes out there to play. And there are questions, not just from guys at Smoke Justice like me and Casey right now that are wondering if Trey Hendrickson's healthy enough to play. There's guys in the media here in Cincinnati are wondering he's well enough to play. If you can read the tea leaves, maybe you're reading a little too deep in the way that Zach Taylor's answering questions about Trey Hendrickson. The reason I'm calling Trey Hendrickson selfish is because from the moment that he signed an extension with this team 3 years ago, he has wanted a pay raise or another extension. He was unhappy with the thing that he sat down and paid for. It's a much different situation than when Jamar Chase wanted an extension because he got paid whatever his draft slot was. He doesn't have any say in how much he gets paid. That's just what he gets paid. Trey Hendrickson sat down with the team, said, yeah, I'll play for you for 3 years under this much money. And from the second he made that contract decision, he said, I don't like it anymore. And then every year he's made a big what to do, and it's been the biggest story in town ever since that happened. And that's why I call him selfish. And yes, I am questioning if he is healthy enough to play right now, because if he wasn't healthy enough to play, he should be on the IR or should be on the PUP list, or he should be constantly. Instead, we're going to do this thing tomorrow like, oh, Trey Hendrickson might not play again. He hasn't played in over a month. So that's why I consider him selfish. And there's not a doubt in my mind that if he played against the Bears or played against the Jets, we win at least one of those games. And I think that if he plays today, we might be winning this game as well, putting a little more pressure on him. So that's why I've said this about Trey Hendrickson time and time again, and I'm sorry to go there, but it's very frustrating, him as a player. He's been the greatest free agent signing in Bengals history, but as of late, he has let the team down. And these are professionals. You got to take care of your family first. More power to you, but I also, as someone here that just does this off the rip more often than not, I also get the right to sit there and go like, I don't think that's fair what you're doing to this team. All right, Bengals will play the Baltimore Ravens next Sunday at home. I think you're going into this a little earlier. Is it just purely the only thing you want, to be blunt, is Joe Burrow to stay healthy and for them to lose as many games as to get the best draft capital, or are you still holding on to hope that 8-9 can get you in?
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I'm not telling you guys what to do, but personally, I'm done with any sort of playoff hopes. Even if they get in, I just don't expect this defense. I don't expect Joe Burrow to be perfect. There's just too much riding on too many people that aren't good enough in the building. And for me, I think I am in the evaluation mode now. I'm trying to see who is going to stay here as a Bengal in 2026 and who I'm getting the heck out the door. Because as we mentioned earlier, the linebacker situation, we tried to address it, and it just looks horrendous. It just does not look like it is good enough. The safety group has been pretty poor all season long, minus last couple weeks. Today they were so-so. You're also going to have to make decisions about players that are, getting older. Your Orlando Brown Jr. isn't getting any younger.
Neither are we.
Yeah, neither are we. Ted Karras, I know you just extended him, but you got to make some decisions, man. And unfortunately for the Bengals, it comes after pretty much missing out on the playoffs for a third straight season. And for me, I'm hoping next week that they crush the Ravens, right? I want to take care of our division as much as the next person, but I'm also considering what a higher draft spot might benefit us, considering how poor we've done at our current draft slots, being in that like mid-tier, that 17 to 20 range. I'd like to see what they can do with the top 10 pick and see if they can get some
seems like the only
player.
one they can hit on. Seems like the only way they can hit on it is if it is a top 10 pick. Here, if you want the spin, zone, you're now entering the Smoke Justice Covington, Kentucky spin zone. If you want the spin zone of all this, it is that good can come out of this game. And the good that can come out of this game is change at the top of the organization. Because if they had continued to win, if they had made the postseason, it wouldn't even be what would happen. They might have gotten an extension. Zach Taylor might have gotten an extension. Duke Tobin might have gotten an extension. But if you are, like me, in the opinion that neither one of those guys are do fit to run this team or to get this team over the hump that is consistent success, then what you want isn't just losing to get a better draft pick. It's losing so that, hey, what happens if the Ravens miss out on the postseason and John Harbaugh becomes available? What happens if the Steelers won today, but what happens if the Steelers hear to their fans and they get rid of Mike Tomlin? What happens if the Bills want to get rid of Joe Brady? What happens if, this is a lesser name, but like Mike McCarthy, he's available? Like what happens if these big names come available and you rightfully think, I think this team would be in a better situation if we had John Harbaugh as the head coach. I think this team would be in a better situation if we had someone else directing player personnel. We don't have a general manager. We have a director of player personnel. That's how backwards this team is. We don't even have a general manager. We have a pseudo, de facto general manager, but we don't have one. So the spin zone is, by losing this game, it does open up the door for things that we have talked about for most of the season now. It's significant change amongst the team. It's some program or franchise-altering change that can say, all right, you know what? I think 2026 will be different. I think 2026 will be a year in which we don't start off slow. 2026 will be a year in which we draft some decent defensive talent. 2026 will breathe new life, or hope springs eternal, or whatever the phrase is, that this team can finally get out of the mud that their two-wheel drive truck is spinning around in. That's the spin zone of all this. The Bengals are 4-9. They are 3-1 with Joe Burrow as the head coach, or Joe Burrow as the starting quarterback. And the real pain of this season isn't the interception that Joe Burrow threw today, the pick six that was just a freak play. It isn't the Josh Allen scampering away for 18 yards. It's not the Colston Loveland 57-yard touchdown. It's a culmination of it all. And the fact that when Joe Burrow was gone for 8 weeks, they couldn't muster up more than one win. 1-7 in the 8 weeks that Joe Burrow was gone is simply inexcusable. And any righteous team, any self-respecting team would move off of the guys that make the decisions at the top of the franchise. But we know here in Cincinnati, that's not bloody likely to happen. Casey, we do have a couple super chats. So we will get to them. I don't know how many of these are from the actual game, but Justin Edgel said, hey, Casey, he's been a member for 26 months. I need you on a profanity-laced, I assume not placed, but a profanity-laced tirade on Zach Taylor. We need to pick me up. Casey, you're not allowed doing that on this show.
No, I can't do that here live here on this show today. But what I will say is that I'm ready for significant change. Whatever that means, whatever the organization feels that means, I would like them to do that. I'm ready for a change of the guard, whether that's changing the GM, or like getting a GM, which probably means you're getting rid of the whole coaching staff, or maybe you're just getting rid of the coaching staff. I don't care what it looks like. We just need something to show that they are not willing to stand for mediocrity any longer.
Sure.
That this is what it is. This is mediocrity at its finest. Going 8-9, 7-10, barely missing out on the playoffs is just not acceptable, especially when you have a quarterback like Joe Burrow who has to be perfect. We shouldn't have to say that about any player in any sport,
right?
In any point in history.
If you had a starting pitcher that had to throw a shutout every single game, you know it's not the starting pitcher giving up the one solo home run in the 7th inning is why you lost the game.
Correct. And it's just like at some point, decision makers need to be held accountable. Hopefully they feel the same way that we do and take action. I know historically we look at the Marvin Lewis era and how long he had to get it right. But at the same time, he built 2 different eras of winning football with Carson and with Dalton. Zach Taylor without Joe Burrow has been awful.
Sure. You say what you want about the Marvin Lewis era. At least they didn't have the same problem we have here, which is the defense is completely inept. And the defensive guys that we're drafting year in and year out aren't complete scrubs. Marvin Lewis knew defense. He was a defensive coordinator for Baltimore before becoming the head coach here. So, by the way, can we somehow get? I know Marvin Lewis is doing consulting. Can we bring him into the building to help out with the draft personnel just to get a different voice in there? Because clearly Duke Tobin and Zach Taylor, Al Golden, Lou Anarumo weren't doing a good enough job on the defensive side of the ball. We had another super chat. This one comes from CL Robinson 513, $2 super. I don't trust them with a top 10 pick, maybe top 7. Also fair.
Very fair.
The only picks that we have seen in the first round, the Bengals hit on, without a doubt hit on, in the Zach Taylor era are 2. Joe Burrow, where there was no decision making, first overall pick, everyone agreed. And then the next year, where you had a decision to be made, and to be quite frank, either decision they would have made was a home run between Penei Sewell and Jamar Chase. You're either getting a franchise left tackle, perennial all-pro, not just a Pro Bowler, perennial all-pro tackle, or you're getting possibly the greatest wide receiver when it's all said and done in Jamar Chase. So it's just a lot, guys. I don't know what else to tell you. It's just every time it's Godfather 3. It's Godfather 3. Just when they thought I was out, pull me back in, and then they chop us off right at the knees. One more time. So the season's not completely dead, Casey. It's in hospice. It's almost dead. The only thing that you hear from the room are beep, 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 and you're just checking in every once in a while, just making sure the vitals are okay. But they're going to need to win out. They're going to need the Steelers to lose 3 games. They're going to need the Ravens to lose another game on top of the game that we play them next week. The worst-case scenario today was that the Ravens lost and we lost. That's what happened. But it really I don't even feel like talking about all of that. We got a $10 super chat. Ben Riley says, keep Flacco, move on from Browning, get a defense, keep people like Bates or DJ Reader, Hilton, etc. Focus on the division. Also make special teams a bit better. I want to break this apart. This is a good super chat from Ben Riley. And when this is the final thing. Keep Flacco, move on from Browning. If Joe Flacco wants to play next year and he's willing to be the backup to Joe Burrow, that's a no-brainer. Because I think we all agree that Jake Browning cannot be the backup quarterback here in town again. If Joe Flacco wants to retire, wants to move on with his life, then we've got to go out, spend money, $3-4 million on a backup quarterback. It doesn't need to be one of the higher end guys like Jameis Winston or Kirk Cousins. I think is done, but Mac Jones even might be getting a full. It doesn't need to be one of those guys, but it needs to be a guy that has had starter experience and a guy that can win us 1 out of 8 games. Right? We had 8 games this year without our starting quarterback. We won 1 of them. So if Flacco wants to come back, cool with that. Jake Browning, you can no longer be the backup. get a defense. Easier said than done. Love the sentence. That's a 3-word sentence, and there's no fluff on that one. I mean, that's as trim as a sentence as you can get. Yeah, get a defense. I'm in. I'm all on board. I don't know what that looks like. But keep people like Bates or DJ Reader, Hilton. The Bengals were in a situation 4 years ago where they had a lot of really good players. When you have a lot of really good players, the decision-making's tough because you have to decide, well, this guy's a good player, but we might have to let him go. And that's what they had to do with Jesse Bates, which at the time, the safety position, and still to this day, at that time it was much different than it is now. I think it's more rewarding now, but at the time, the safety position was kind of a dime or dozen position. I think interior defensive line play is such a premium that you can continue to get those guys like DJ Reader, Mike Hilton. That I understand all the decision-making with those 3 guys. But I think we made the wrong one, obviously, with Jesse Bates, which hey, you were right about that one. You were right about that one. DJ Reader, obviously this team would be better with DJ Reader, but I understood the process of all that. Focus on the division. This team might go 5-1 on the division this year. And how are we doing it? We're zagging when everyone else is zigging. Everyone's a run-heavy, bruising team. We're kind of a, whatever team. Special teams has been fantastic this year. I won't say that. $5 super chat says Joe's presser was revealing he's starting to check out. Big changes or Joe leaving. I wouldn't be surprised if he retired. I don't think Joe Burrow. Do you think Joe Burrow is going to retire?
No, he's not going to pull Carson Palmer necessarily on the Bengals, but
or an Andrew Luck.
Yeah, I don't expect that to happen, plain and simple. But there is a good chance that he's checking out unless big changes happen. He might be out on Zach Taylor. Who knows? It's hard to tell because we're not in the building. We're not able to ask him. So moving on from that, I mean, back to the original question here, or the original thing that we were breaking down here. It would be nice to keep people like Bates, DJ Reader, and Hilton, but they're gone.
I think the Bengals are.
So
I think they've learned their lesson there. Keeping controllable guys in the house is something that they're not going to do. Not going to make the mistake of again.
You know what that's very similar to? It's like saying we should keep Trey Hendrickson, former best edge rusher in 2024. That's basically what you're kind of ensuing a little bit here. Keep guys like Bates, Reader, Hilton. In that scenario, you're keeping Trey Hendrickson. So
that's right.
I'm not sure if I'm all the way on board on that. I do agree with Reed with the processes. They've been fine. They've just been wrong. And unfortunately for the Bengals, that comes down to the decision-making and the talent evaluation, which we've hit time and time again on this show in particular, but throughout the entire season, if you watch any of our other shows, we've been very critical of those guys, the Duke Tobins. A lot of the decision-making is affected by the coaches in the room. Unfortunately, I think it's time to make significant changes to the staff. I think that's the only way that you're going to see anything significant get done.
What's the percentage that you think that either Duke Tobin and Zach Taylor come back next year?
Unfortunately, I think it's a very high likelihood.
Like 95%, right?
Yeah, like they have their built-in excuse. They have their built-in excuse with Joe getting hurt.
All right. Well, that wraps things up here for us at Chatterbox Bengals. Thank you so much for everyone that came out to Smoke Justice and Covington. We had a really good crowd during the game. Pre-game show, halftime show was fantastic. Thank you so much to Craig Sandlin, who did the watch-along. I appreciate him. He's done now the last 3 watch-alongs. I think he's going to do the next one, too. So I appreciate him helping us out. Casey, thank you so much for spending your Sunday with us. Thank you, everyone. Like I said, thank you, everyone who came down. Thank you, everyone who watches this. We really do appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun other than the Bengals. Maybe one year when we're doing this, we'll get good Bengals games. We'll get a good Bengals team. Can you imagine if we were doing this whole watch-along thing when the Bengals were ripping it off into the AFC Championship game?
Would have been electric. Although we were sitting in Burrowhead Stadium when they were good, so
that's true.
I mean,
you were at Highmark Stadium when they won a snowy game up in Buffalo a few years ago.
I was.
All right, thank you guys so much. This does it for us here at Chatterbox Bengals. For Craig Sandlin in the watch along, for Stone Shields, who is here for the pregame, and the halftime for Casey McAllister, our producer and content guy extraordinaire. I'm Reed Mouse signing off. We'll see you guys tomorrow on Off the Bench, starting out at 10 a.m. here right on Chatterbox's